Good morning, honourable members. Let's remain standing for meditation or short prayer. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Where are my glasses now? Oh, there we are. Okay, honourable members, let's start with our meeting then. Good morning once again to all of you. The Honourable Premier, members of the Good morning once again. Honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, the Integrity Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng, le baeng ba rona bo botlhe, dumelang le amogetswe. So, in accordance with Part 4 of the Conflict of Interest Code and Disclosure Framework for members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, members are required to disclose particulars of all their registrable interests within 30 days after opening of the legislature or appointment of the member. So, noting the above, all members are required to complete and submit the Declaration of Interests to the Office of the Integrity Commissioner at the earliest convenience and not later than the 30th of March 2026. The system will be open from the 1st to the 30th of March 2026. Honourable members are informed that the toilets to my left, the one that you normally use on the first floor adjacent to the chamber, are temporarily closed for renovation and maintenance. So honourable members may use alternative facilities on the north wing, all floors, and toilets on the south wing, all floors. Honourable members, we have MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. Honourable Mutara.
No, I'd like to withdraw, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, honourable members, we have received requests for member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. And there's nine member statements. 4 from the ANC, 1 MKP, 2 DA, and 2 from Action SA. A reminder, ne? Member statements are scheduled for 2 minutes, and I'm going to be very strict with time. Very, very strict. And we are going to take them proportionally, and as they are actually proportional. So, Honourable Mfikwe, your 2 minutes start now.
I'm going to Akwaza early. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Okay.
I hope my 2 minutes
2 minutes starts now.
Start now. Thank you very much. I want to be the phone. 2 minutes are on. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Greetings to the leadership of the legislature and the Honourable Premier and all our MECs and the Gauteng residents in the gallery. Madam Speaker, the African National Congress rises with clarity and conviction to reaffirm a principled position that dignity, health, and future of the girl child in South Africa are non-negotiable. On 9 February 2026, a study published by the University of the Free State revealed the presence of hormone-disrupting chemicals in certain menstrual products sold nationally. These findings demand urgent and decisive action. They raise serious public health, regulatory, and consumer protection concerns that we cannot afford to ignore. Menstrual health is not a side issue. It is not a private inconvenience. It is a matter of equality, dignity, and social justice. For millions of women and girls, especially for the poor and the working class, sanitary products are basic necessity. Any risk to their safety is a direct affront to their constitutional right to health, dignity, and bodily integrity. The ANC has led the struggle to restore dignity to the girl child through the sanitary dignity program. But today, Madam Speaker, we make this bold and equivocal call. Government must guarantee that every girl child receives good quality, medically safe sanitary pads, free of charge. Free must never mean inferior. Free must never mean unsafe. We therefore call on our government and the regulatory authorities to act decisively, to investigate the finding of the University of the Free State study, intensify independent testing, to strengthen procurement standards, and to enforce full ingredient transparency across the industry. The girl child in the rural village must receive the same quality products as a girl child in the suburbs of our city. Equality cannot be selective. Our responsibility, Madam Speaker, extends menstrual access to the broader struggle for women's health. We call for intensified HPV vaccination in our schools, expanded screening, and early detection services. The ANC remains steadfast in building society where every girl child can attend school with dignity. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Kunene.
Yes. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I rise to condemn the illegal sanctions imposed on the people of Cuba. The oil embargo by the US government is designed to bring maximum suffering to the whole population. Trying to starve 11 million to death is evil. It is satanism. These measures are unjust and violate international law. Cuba is a peaceful nation that poses no threat to the Americans. There is no justifications for these sanctions. We have our children in Cuba studying to become doctors and engineers. They are also affected by these satanic sanctions. We therefore stand in solidarity with the people of Cuba. We call for the immediate lifting of these sanctions and for the engagement based on mutual respect. Hands off Cuba, hands off. Hands off Cuba, hands off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kunene. Honourable Dr. Moketi, she's not here.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity, and greetings to the honourable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Nomathemba Moketi, table the following member statement on the handover of houses at Chief Albert Luthuli Mega Project. Honourable Speaker, the 24th of February 2026 was an important milestone in our ongoing journey to break down the spatial apartheid of our past, as Premier Panyaza Lesufi and MEC for Human Settlement, Tasmin Mutara, took to the ground in the city of Ekurhuleni. The essence of this engagement was the handover of newly constructed houses to qualifying beneficiaries at Chief Albert Luthuli Mega Project. It was not just an exercise in ceremony, it was an exercise in life-changing moments for families who have been waiting for years for the dignity of and pride to become homeowners. The smile on the faces of our new homeowners is a poignant reminder of why we are here, to serve and to instill hope. Madam Speaker, the attendance of the Premier in conjunction with the MEC Mutara and the City of Ekurhuleni Executive Mayor Kagaza sends a strong message about the ANC-led Gauteng Provincial Government's priorities in the 7th administration. This is an integral part of our broader Gauteng Provincial Government's human settlement delivery agenda. We are no longer just in business. I am disturbed by the noise, Honourable Speaker. I don't know where it comes from.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moketi. Honourable Musai?
No, I'm not done, Madam.
Your 2 minutes is up. Your 2 minutes is finished.
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Honourable Musai?
Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
If I may.
Yeah.
All right. At the beginning of the meeting, you correctly indicated that you were going to apply proportionality. You're about to allow a fourth ANC member statement. Could you please explain the basis of the calculation for the proportionality? From our calculations, it should be 3. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take that matter on advisement and come back to you, Honourable Muriati. Honourable Musai?
Madam Speaker, Member Musai has asked me to read a statement on her behalf. Thank you very much. This year marks 36 years since the unbanning of the African National Congress. The ANC was officially unbanned on 2 February 1990.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. I'd like to raise a point of order. Yeah. Yes. I'd like to withdraw my proportionality complaint because I see the ANC is applying racial proportionality. Thank you very much.
Honourable Muriati, your initial point of order will still be taken on advice. Please proceed. Honourable Chairman, proceed.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Before I was rudely interrupted. This year marks 36 years since the unbanning of the African National Congress. The ANC was officially unbanned on 2 February 1990, following a protracted struggle led by the ANC-led alliance and sustained by the mass democratic movement, firmly rooted in the ideological framework of the National Democratic Revolution. The NDR represents the historic reversal of the legacy of apartheid and colonialism through the transfer of power from a racial minority to the democratic majority. It entails the transformation of the productive economy by dismantling the features of colonialism of a special type, deracializing ownership patterns and transforming relations in the workplace. In this regard, it is noteworthy to point out that transformation in the private sector workplace remains less advanced than in the public sector. This demonstrates that the ANC-led government has progressed further in advancing transformation than much of the private sector. Since 1994, the ANC-led government has exercised political authority within the legislative arm of the state to defend, deepen and advance the NDR through redistributive measures. Millions of free homes have been delivered to people. Nearly 1/3 of vulnerable South Africans benefit from a comprehensive system of social grants. And millions of houses have been connected to the electricity grid as well. These qualitative advances achieved through the NDR have been largely redistributive in character. Redistribution remains a central pillar of the NDR. However, the developmental trajectory has not yet secured sufficient transformation of the economy. It was within this context that the ANC's 53rd National Conference in Mangaung in 2012 resolved to embark on the second, more radical phase of the NDR, a program aimed at fundamentally transforming the productive economy and dismantling the systemic, social, economic and spatial features that continue to reproduce unemployment, inequality and poverty. Honourable Speaker, the struggle continues. Forward with the struggle to advance the NDR.
Your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. Honourable Klaba.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. Special greetings to Umkhonto weSizwe Provincial Detachment in our midst today. As we begin this new legislative year, 2026 must be a year of consequence and implementation, not explanation. Gauteng is called the economic engine of South Africa, but engines do not run on speeches, they run on people. Every morning in this province, millions wake before dawn. They travel long distances, they stand in queues, they wait in clinics, they navigate broken systems. The poor in Gauteng do not lack ambition, they lack time. Time stolen by unreliable transport, time stolen by unsafe streets, time stolen by administrative inefficiencies, time stolen by service failures we have normalized. Time poverty is economic inequality. Who benefits from how this province is structured and who pays for its inefficiencies? The wealthy purchase convenience, but the poor subsidize government failures with their time. If Gauteng truly wants to be the engine of South Africa, then we must stop building a province where efficiency is a privilege. This legislature must commit to a simple test. Does the decision give people more time back, or does it take more from those who already have the least? Government must deliver services. It must not steal time from the poor and the marginalized. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we are here to guard the time that has been stolen from the poor. We will measure this government not by promises but deadlines met, not by announcements but by delivery, not by speeches but by visible change in our communities. Gwaza Umkhonto, gwaza.
Gwaza.
Thank you very much, Honourable Klaba. Honourable Hickley, is she online? Oh, jeez.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Tsakani residents are under fire from criminal syndicates, gangs and drug lords. The police station is severely under-resourced. During a recent oversight visit with my colleague, Honourable Michael Son MPL, the DA spokesperson on community safety, we discovered that the Tsakani police station is responsible for policing more than 400,000 residents across nearly 20 square kilometres. The station operates on 2 12-hour shifts and has only 4 sector vehicles available for this extensive area. Ideally, they need 2 or 3 vehicles per shift. There are severe staff shortages, and thanks to the current ANC austerity measures, all staff appointments have been frozen. This comes in the wake of the Q1 crime statistics for this station, which, according to the Institute for Security Studies, reflects 160 housebreakings, 447 drug-related crimes, and 63 attempted murders reported in Tsakani. This station should be upgraded to a brigadier station so that a satellite station can be opened, resulting in additional vehicles for visible policing. A DA-led Gauteng province would push for a rapid needs analysis and adequate resourcing of the Tsakani police station. Our residents deserve better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hicklin. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Honourable Speaker, in January, the Minister of Agriculture and IDA leader, John Steenhuisen, called for a state of disaster in response to the escalating foot and mouth disease outbreak. That call highlights that all spheres of government have legal duties to prevent and control FMD, including provinces, municipalities, owners and managers of land. In terms of Section 41, subsection 1H of the Constitution, the government must cooperate to maintain a safe and healthy environment. This duty is reinforced by the Animals Diseases Act of 1984, the Animal Identification Act and the Fencing Act, which place clear responsibilities on landowners, including the province, to prevent the spread of the disease. Over and above enforcement failures and the lack of activating the Provincial Disaster Management Centre, there is a serious communication breakdown. Farmers have no clear idea of the vaccination plan, which animals will be vaccinated, where it will happen, or when it will take place. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development continues to act in isolation, issuing fragmented information instead of clearly communicating on the who, the what, and the when of vaccination and control measures. Under Section 11 of the Animal Diseases Act, landowners must take reasonable steps to prevent and contain the disease, including immediate reporting, quarantine, and strict biosecurity. Failure to comply with these duties and to communicate them places farmers, communities, and food security at risk. The responsibility is clear.
Your 2 minutes is up. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Ngobeni.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Action SA to draw attention to this House and specifically to the Honourable Premier and MEC of Kokta to a matter of great concern that deeply affects the most vulnerable people of our society, the elderly citizens in Buipatong. For far too long, the construction of the much-needed Buipatong Old Age Home has been stalled. We acknowledge the very real complexities that brought this project to a halt, specifically the technical and safety risk posed by the discovery of an adjacent Sasol gas pipeline and also the ongoing corruption investigation. Let me be clear, the safety of our people must always come first, and we do not fault the department for posing and assessing the risk. However, Honourable Speaker, while we wait for technical consultation and corruption investigation to conclude, our elders are left waiting for a facility that is meant to provide them with care, comfort, and dignity in their twilight years. Over 28 million of public funds has already been invested in this project. We cannot afford for it to become another permanent monument to delayed service delivery. Action SA has submitted formal questions regarding the progress of the risk mitigation options, the appointment of the new service providers, and the financial status of this project. But today, my plea is a human one. I earnestly request the Premier and the MEC to intervene and elevate the priority of this project. Let us break the administration deadlock with Sasol and the Department of Infrastructure Development. Let us find necessary technical solutions, safety and swiftly, so that we can meet the completion target by the end of this year. Our elders have spent their lives building this province. The very least we can do is to ensure that they have a safe and dignified place to rest. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngobeni. Honourable Moody. Yes, just hold on, Honourable Moody. Yes.
I restate my request that you declare the proportional calculations. They should only have one speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Moody.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to make a formal statement of critical importance, one that directly impacts the economic stability and future prosperity of our province. I wish to announce to this House that on the 21st of February 2026 at Orlando Community Hall in Soweto, Action SA has officially declared our President, Mr. Herman Mashaba, as our mayoral candidate for the city of Johannesburg. Honourable Speaker, it is a recognised fact within this legislation that Gauteng cannot thrive whilst its economic hub continues to collapse under the weight of administrative instability and service delivery failures. The decay of Johannesburg is not merely a local government crisis, it is a provincial emergency that threatens our collective economic output, infrastructure development and the livelihoods of millions of Gauteng residents. To halt this decay and reverse the trajectory of our province's most vital city, Johannesburg, requires tested, decisive and ethical leadership. Mr. Mashaba is no stranger to this mammoth task. During his previous tenure, he demonstrated to this province an unwavering commitment to rooting out corruption, driving inner city revitalization and stabilizing municipal finances. By putting forward a leader of this caliber, Action SA reaffirms to this House and to the people of Gauteng our absolute dedication to rescuing Johannesburg. We are offering a credible, uncompromising plan to restore the rule of law and to ensure the province's economic engine to rebuild for the benefit of all its residents. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. I call on the Chief Whip, Honourable Makubela, to table the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, presiding officers. I, Member Honourable El Makubela, Chief Whip of the ANC, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122, read together with Rule 35 as follows. Noting that the following order was not tabled for today's sitting, that I propose that the House deals with the appointment of the special delegate for the Gauteng province to the National Council of Provinces plenary, and therefore request that the House resolves to add this on today's order paper. I so move. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makubela. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Honourable members, okay, honourable members, Honourable Makubela, I'm going to ask you to table another motion, but before then, I need to put a question. All those in favour say yes? Yes. Those that are opposed can always say no. So it is carried. Thanks. Honourable Makubela, the second motion in terms of Rule 120.
I must check my phone. My battery is dead.
Have you found it?
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
And thanks, my learned friend. I did not have a battery, so I did not see this motion. I, Member Honourable El Makubela, Chief Whip of the ANC, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the President has published the proclamation on upper limits, which we benefited in the last paycheck. Noting that the President has published the proclamation on the upper limits of salaries and allowances of the Premier, which requires the Legislature to take a resolution. That one, the determination of the upper limit of the salary and allowance of the Premier as per Section 6.1 of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 1998 was published in the Government Gazette number 53965. That one, I therefore request that the House resolves to adopt the determination of the upper limits of the salary and allowances of the premiers per Section 6(1) of the Remuneration of the Public Office Bearers Act 1998 as published in the Government Gazette. I so move. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Makuela. A seconder?
So I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
Everybody seconds. Everybody seconds. Everybody seconds.
Okay,
No,
honourable
I'm saying
members, I now
everybody
put a question. All those in favour, say yes. All those that are not in favour, say no. Okay. Honourable members, we move to apologies. Okay, Eric, no mate, essentially. Honourable members, order. Apologies that I have received are the following. Member Diacher is not attending due to party business. Member Higlin will depart early. Member Muketi, oh no, she's present because she's online. Okay. We have amongst us guests, stakeholders from the MK party. We also have stakeholders from Tshwane, Tsepong Rehabilitation Center, and GBV Brigades of Mabopane. From Ekurhuleni, we have the National Civic Movement Abahambe. From the West Rand, we have Rand West Civil Volunteers. From Sidibeng, we have the Voice for Rusteval. From City of Johannesburg, we have Claremont community stakeholders. Now, a gentle reminder to all of our stakeholders, baeng ba rona ka tlotlo le boikokobetso ga le a dumelwa go tsaya karolo mo se se iragalang ka mo gare ga ntlo e ya parliament. Just for those who do not understand Setswana, you are not allowed to participate in the proceedings of the House. You cannot take pictures. You cannot even clap hands for anybody that you support. The only thing that you're allowed to do is to smile. That is allowed. Honourable members, let us proceed. I'm going to just, or maybe let me not do that. I was going to read the rules just to remind the members in terms of our behavior and what you are allowed regarding the debate, but it's okay. I'll apply them as and when it is necessary. So, Secretary, could you please read the first order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The first order for the day is the debate on the Premier State of the Province Address.
Okay, let me go to the speaking list. Honourable Msimang.
Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of members of the executive, members of the legislature, Badudi ba Gauteng ke a le dumedisa. Madam Speaker, I will say to the Premier what I said 3 years ago. We can stand here and I can stand here and we can insult each other, we can exchange insults. But that is not going to take us anywhere. And I've said this to you before, that whenever there is solutions that are put on the table, let's not wait and oppose them just because there seems to be coming from the opposition benches. If there are things that are operational and that can actually then work, let's then implement them. That is the first thing that I want to then say to you as an opening statement. But I think it is also important, Madam Speaker, to then say the insults that we can exchange is not going to change the fortunes of the residents of Makaus. The insults that we can exchange is not going to change the fortunes of the people of Tshepisong, of Sebokeng, of Montrose, of Hammanskraal, of Fortsburg right here, of Lodium, who are now, observing Ramadan and need water and cannot even do iftar, as it's called, when they need to then wash up. you and me arguing is not going to assist in ensuring that there's taps that are not running dry, that the victims of GBV are going to get the kind of assistance that they need, that those millions of residents of South Africa and the thousands in Gauteng that find themselves not knowing where their next meal is going to come from, that is not going to assist us. And I'm saying this with all sincerity, Premier, because the more we argue in here and talk about things that, we want to then show who's the cleverest of them all, the more things are falling apart outside. But at the same time, I must say, Premier, when you apologize, it is also important that what follows after that apology is sincere attempt to then address the issues that then follows. And I want to make this plea to you, that when we talk about the infrastructure and this is where I want to then start, when we talk about the infrastructure in Gauteng, I've said this to you before, and I'll repeat it. The infrastructure in municipalities is not going to fix itself, and municipalities in Gauteng, none of them have the capability or the budget to be able to then deal with the issues of infrastructure. That I can give you as something that you can take free of charge. If you go into Johannesburg, Johannesburg needs about 200 billion as a start. Not even building new infrastructure, taking care of the backlog that they are sitting with. Tshwane, the same thing. Ekurhuleni, the same thing. I'm not even going to talk about Mfuleni because you know the disaster that is there. Now, when we talk about dealing with infrastructure going forward, introducing a new entity that is, supposedly supposed to then be replacing GFA is not the solution. The solution is to then say, how do we, from a provincial perspective, bring all the mayors, bring all the city managers, bring all the MMCs that are responsible for infrastructure, and then say, how do we put together an infrastructure master plan and budget for it? How do we then fund it? How long is it going to take? How do we then measure the milestones in terms of the rollout thereof? That is what you need. To tell the residents that they must start using water sparingly, while we know that, Vaal River system, as an example, has over 105% full capacity at this point in time, is not the solution. What we now need to then say is that the water between rainwater and municipalities, 40% plus that we're losing needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed as a matter of agency. To then say rainwater must pump more water into reservoirs, that is still not the solution. The solution is to make sure that we are dealing with the infrastructure that is being allowed to decay for years and years. I can tell you right now, drive into the northern suburbs of Johannesburg. The old asbestos pipes that have been there continue to be there. That is not helping. Go to Lodium. The fact that the reservoir that is lying on the mountain there cannot get enough water makes Kobolisiho Makubela, that is lying Ko Atteridgeville on the other side, not to have water, and the residents of Lodium and the residents of Kosaminteng, Lokoskreping, not to have water. I can talk about what is happening in certain parts of Johannesburg. Until such time as we come around the table and then say, here's the infrastructure master plan, municipalities, you will not be able to then deal with these things on your own. How do we then put a plan together? That's the only way that you're going to be able to then deal with these things. And I'm still offering that to you. Here's an engineer, here's somebody who's been able to then meet with people that have actually then worked around the plan. And these are the people that can give you some advice in terms of what needs to be done. We're not politicking here. You say you want solutions, we're offering those to you. I'm saying to you, Premier, you speak about day zero. You speak about day zero that Western Cape was facing, and you say that you didn't politic. You couldn't politic because there was clear plan in terms of how we then dealing with it. I am saying to you, you will not get criticism if the people understand what is the clear plan of how you deal with these issues going forward. By the way, the day zero in Cape Town or in the Western Cape was not man-made. It was because you had the river systems, the dams that were running below 15%. Right now, the difference is that in Gauteng, you have river system and dams that shouldn't actually be running low. That is the difference. And there was a 21 steps that the Western Cape clearly communicated. communicate what are the steps to then address these things, and then say how you are then ensuring and then showing the people each and every step and the success thereof. I promise you will not have more people that are protesting looking for water. You're not going to have people then frustrated and saying we don't know what government is doing. But until such time as you tackle the issues of water tankers, you're not going to get to the bottom of what is happening right now, Premier. I can give you an example that we have seen this, that when you have the water treatment, the timber treatment plant being fixed, you have it then being vandalized the very next day when it's supposed to be pumping water to the residents of Hammanskraal. Why? Because there are people who are benefiting in taking tankers to Hammanskraal, and it's now costing $1 billion per municipality, the metros. Now you can imagine, where is that money coming from? It means that there are certain services that are not being delivered, where money then being abstracted, so that money is then being made available for these water tankers. This is what we now need to then be dealing with. Even in informal settlements, when we talk about rudimentary or basic services in informal settlements, it cannot be that we're still talking about JoJo tanks. Yes, we can talk about how do we then have centralized taps in informal settlements. That means that you are able to then calculate how much water is going into those communities. You can then actually then meter that amount of water that is going there. But you can then have people getting clean drinking water instead of having JoJo tanks that we don't know what is lying in those JoJo tanks. We have seen a situation, for instance, in Pretoria West, where out of the JoJo tanks, cats were being pulled out because people were then saying the smells that is coming out of water that they're getting, that there were maggots that were coming out of the water that they were getting. These, Premier, are things that we're going to need to then address as a matter of agency going forward. You gave an example, and I think you were taking a cheap punch at the DA, and then you then say, no, Microsoft decided to then come to Gauteng instead of the Western Cape. Well, that's the mistake that you made, because Microsoft started in the Western Cape, and Amazon is there as well. You talk about Google is there, IBM, Terraco, and so many that started there. And they started there not because, the Western Cape seems to have the better weather or anything like that. They started there because there was a clear plan in terms of how you deal with infrastructure. Deal with the issues of infrastructure, deal with the issues of how you deal with water, electricity, how you deal with the issues of roads, how you deal with the issues of safety and security for the infrastructure that people want to then invest in. You do that, you will be able to then attract more than Microsoft that is willing to then come and invest here. You then make an example about, and I want, before I move on from the issue of the infrastructure, we visited, and Tate Funzi will back me up on this, and even the MEC, the chairperson, Tate Mzi Kumal, will back me up on this. When we went to Merafong, we asked a simple question. I specifically asked a question. What infrastructure blueprint do you have? How old is it? How do we know when to fix it? Do you know what was the response from the municipal manager? We don't have a blueprint of the infrastructure that we have here. So if you don't know what you have, how do you know what is broken or is about to be broken? How do you know how to maintain it? How do you know how to budget for it going forward? And this is just not what is happening in Merafong. It's something that is happening throughout our municipalities and throughout the province. And this is something that will need to be addressed as a matter of agency if you want to then make progress in this particular instance. Also, I want to then say to you, Premier, you promised the people of Gauteng 18 private hospitals that were going to be converted. What happened to that? The people are still waiting for those hospitals. And unfortunately, the statements that were made, and I don't want to repeat those statements about people sleeping on the floors and enjoying sleeping on the floors. I don't want to be talking about, the issues of the showers and all of that. But here's the thing. We need to be very careful of what we say to our public, because the public are really teetering right now on the brink of total explosion, and it's not going to be nice for those that are in government, but unfortunately it's going to affect everybody else, not only those that are in government. So I'm giving you a friendly warning, Premier, and to your executive. Let us be very careful of the statements that we make out there. Let us be careful not to sound like we are tone deaf and we cannot hear the plight of the people that are out there. But I think you also owe the people of Gauteng and the whole world that could misinterpret or be misinformed by what you said. HIV and AIDS doesn't have any vaccine. Lenacapavir is not a vaccine, but it's a PrEP. I saw my Leonard friend there getting excited, thinking, now because of there's a cure. The problem is that That is not a vaccine and can never be regarded as a vaccine. And I think you must address that. You must set the record straight. It is not a vaccine, but it is, a PrEP that actually can be used to then ensure that you can look at it. It's there. It's there. It's actually, if you go and look at it, it's something that is called Yezetiko and Sulenka. This is, what it is called. Then to then say there's a vaccine, that I think you do owe the people of Gauteng and the rest of the people that had to say that in an apology. But I want to also then get you to apologize for one thing. The people of Tshwane have been lied to and have been misled. You, during your State of the Province address, say that Tshwane doesn't owe ESCOM anything. Okay, I want to put it to you that that is a complete lie. The people of Tshwane need to know that Tshwane still owes billions to ESCOM. What is there was that from Rainwater there was an agreement in terms of how do we then ensure that there is first priority in terms of payment to make sure that then you're able to then catch up in terms of the payment and keep the payments then up to date going forward. But to then say that there is no debt, that it is debt-free, I think that is very much a false statement that has been made. But I also want to then address two other issues with you, Mr. Premier. We can talk about the grand plans that we have. But if we're not going to address the basics, the grand plans fall by the wayside. The residents of Soweto cannot get into trains right now and move freely from Soweto to Johannesburg. The residents of Sebokeng cannot jump into trains right now and move freely and use cheap alternative means of transport except taxis and buses to move from their areas of residence to places of work. What are we doing about it? I heard you saying that we're going to be working around the plan to make sure that we deal with it. But you're now talking about introducing a rail line that is going to be moving from Polokwane to Pretoria, and people are coming, having breakfast here and then having dinner in Polokwane. What are we saying about those that need to have transport that they need every morning to go to and from workspaces? That is what needs to be preoccupying our minds. That is what is going to get the economy of Gauteng moving and ticking in the right direction. These are things that should be occupying your mind. We need to then be dealing with the issues of crime and safety in our communities. Those are the basic things that we now need to be talking about. You speak about, helicopters, and you talk about, the kind of falling that has taken place. But fact of the matter is that our policemen don't have bullets. Fact of the matter is that policemen and women, this is not coming from me. We went and visited all the police stations, and these are things that the police are telling us. You are not taking care of the basics, or you're not helping them to take care of the basics. I know that when we visited police stations, and you made promises to some of the police stations that you are going to improve the conditions. I don't know when was the last time you ever visited Acacia again after the last visit that you made. And did you see that the conditions have actually then gotten worse? Have you ever visited some of the police stations in Ekurhuleni and see that you have a number of detectives that are limping, not because something happened to them when they went out there, but something happened to them when they were in their offices, because they're sitting in containers that are 20 years old and the floors have rotten, that when they walk, some of them have actually broken their feet while in their offices. Have you visited the police stations and see the amount of cases that the detectives are now sitting with? And you wonder why we're not making headway in terms of dealing with the issues of crime around Gauteng. I want to then say to you, until such time as you address the basics, all these other things that you raise, that become so nice and glorified, are not going to be able to then be realized. If you want to then ensure that the economy of Gauteng is moving forward, that there is confidence from the people of Gauteng that government is actually moving in the right space, there are solutions that we are offering. We are saying address the most basics. We are saying address the issue of infrastructure. We are saying that don't live in a parallel universe to that which the everyday person is living in. Don't come and tell stories to the people of Gauteng that, things are going the right way, while we know that things are going in the wrong way. You promised the people of Gauteng last year alone, you promised the people of Gauteng 820,000 jobs last year alone. And I can break it down in terms of the sectors that you said jobs are going to be coming out of. I would urge you and challenge you to then give 3 of the things that you said came, in terms of the jobs that you said specifically, and how many of those have actually then been implemented to date? And why are we continuing to bleed jobs while you had promised 820,000 jobs? This year you make a promise of 250,000 jobs. If you couldn't reach your target last year, how do we trust that you are going to then be able to then meet the target that you're setting for yourself this year? Premier, I can go on and on about the state of this province, but I think stop living in a parallel universe to the ones that everyday person is living in. Let us make sure that we address what is genuinely wrong, because that is the only way that we get to then, get onto the solutions that needs to be there. I'm asking you, I'm humbly pleading with you to work with everybody that is willing to come up with solutions, and to not come up and ridicule those that are coming up with solutions. Let's work together. Let us try and build a Gauteng that can actually then influence how South Africa gets to then get on a winning track again. I hope that, that is something that I can live with you. Whether the following statements then become insults or all of that, it's none of, our business. But the core business that we should be concerning ourselves with here today are the solutions that the people are willing to put on the table, things that you're willing to listen to. I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Msimanga. Honourable Makubela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, presiding officers, Honourable Premiers and members of ESCO. Madam Speaker, let me first thank you for taking SOPA to Soweto. The SOPA scorecard delivered in Nazareth happened during a crucial period in the struggle to create an inclusive Gauteng for all. It also takes place against the historic commemorative period of the 50th anniversary of the June 16 in Soweto. Infrastructure development bridges the gap between young people and economic opportunities. This is the reason that as the ANC, we welcome the commitment to improve the infrastructure refurbishment and investment in all corridors of our province. Madam Speaker, welcome to the 5th Industrial Revolution, what Honourable Msimanga calls a pipe dream, a world defined by robotics, science and innovation, artificial intelligence, drones, electric cars and driverless cars. Honourable Premier, many years ago when you served as MEC of Education, you saw that this world was fast approaching. With an alarming pace, you responded with schools of specialization. And today, some of the companies like BMW and others are partnering with these schools of specialization to ensure that we prepare the youth for the future. The Education Committee last year, through Honourable Moipone Mhlongo, traveled to Japan, and we were shocked when they said to us that they are adopting what South Africa is already doing. They just did not know that this is only done in Gauteng. They said that they are actually introducing classrooms of the future, bringing iPads and bringing electronic boards to the classroom. That they are only starting in Japan this year. I don't want to tell you about the reaction of DA members when they heard that. I think I want to agree with Honourable Msimanga. There's a constructive point that he makes. Because, Honourable Premier, we fully agree as the ANC and wholly agree, without any reservation, that indeed the water crisis has become characteristics of our province is caused by aging infrastructure that needs to be renewed. But that is not the only reason, Honourable Premier. Water security is and will continue to be one of the biggest risks to South Africa's political and economic future. A lack of regular access to clean drinking water impacts not only the country's residents, but also its businesses by reducing its attractiveness to international investors. South Africa's water, or Gauteng's water crisis, is not one of shortages, but rather of provision. Failing infrastructure prevents water from being delivered to consumers, with criminal groups that I wish to term them as water tanker cartels of mafias, exploiting and contributing destructively to water delivery issues. Government initiatives to improve water infrastructure will fail if little is done to crack down on water tanker mafias, which will continue to sabotage new projects, and Hammarskraal is a perfect example of that. Water syndicates are often sophisticated and well-funded, with deep ties to government officials, and its members are often armed and willing to engage in violent clashes in order to maintain their illicit contracts. This lucrative crisis of water has produced these water tanker mafias, which has resulted in the emergence of organized criminal syndicates that engage in various illicit activities to maximize their profits. Tswane, under the DA, spent over 2 billion on water tankering. These water tanker mafias corruptly win tender contracts, deliberately damage water infrastructure to prolong their contracts, and illegally charge residents for water which they fill from municipal supplies or water hydrants, and sometimes contaminate the supplies of water to residents, as we have seen Honourable Ngomorale Hogu with the cholera outbreak in Hammanskraal that killed a lot of people. Another problem is what is highlighted by Rainwater, that 50% of our water is lost due to leaks. We need to work with our municipalities, work with Rainwater and the Department of Water to actually reactivate the War on Leaks program to ensure that we reverse that situation where we lose over 50% of our water due to the leaks. Honourable Premier, water provision cannot exist side by side with water tankers. For as long as there is water tankering, there won't be an end to water disruptions. So we need to end water tankering. Honourable Premier, we also agree with you that we need to actually end the illegal occupation of land. But we don't agree with you that we must do it in June. We agree with you that it must be done immediately. Not immediately of Sevilla, who was brought by the DA of now. It must be an immediately now that we begin to stop all this illegal occupation of our land and the formation of new squatter camps, and that we can sit and debate with our colleagues in the EFF. Honourable Premier, your vision needs funding, but the challenge is that our fiscus is rapidly shrinking and depleting at an alarming rate. And we urgently need to find ways in which we can bolster our provincial revenue. And one of the ways, Honourable Premier, is that we are losing a lot of money that is supposed to come to our province through online gambling. Online gambling alone is recorded only last year to have actually amounting to 1.5 trillion nationwide. And 80% of this online gambling operators are operating in Gauteng. This is money that we were losing on a yearly basis, that we are supposed to be taxing, that we are supposed to be raising revenue, so that we can fund your ideas. Another way, Madam Speaker.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. I thought you were looking at me because you are mesmerized. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I was a little bit.
Madam Speaker.
You
Madam
and Honourable
Speaker.
Msimanga were
Madam
mesmerizing
Speaker.
me. Is that a point of order?
No, it's not a point of order. We've got a member who's ill at the dining. Member Mukale from the
A
EFF.
member of what?
Member Mukale. She's sick. She's ill. Can you
Oh,
get
okay.
some
Yeah,
attention?
we'll have her attended.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's proceed. Honourable Koma.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the Premier, members of the House, and most importantly, the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, if it was of our choice, we would have delivered the State of the Province address, as our people have lost confidence in what we say. They think we talk too much and do less. These were the very words of the Premier, Honourable Lesufi, during his maiden SOPA in 2023. Madam Speaker, when the Premier passed on to scenes, he presented himself as a driven man, a man of goals, a big dreamer who promised renewals, decisive action. But the Lesufi we saw on Monday at Nazareth in 2026 3 years later, is not the same man. He sounded defeated. He sounded like a man overwhelmed by a weight of promises failed to deliver. Madam Speaker, we once again debating the state of the province address that sounds very familiar because we had it before. The promises are repeated, the figures grow bigger, but the live reality of our people remains the same. The EFF will have thought that the bold man we had speak in 2023 would have started by giving an account of what has been achieved instead of more promises. In 2024 and 2025, the Premier announced major investment in multinational corporations worth billions of rands. Yet today, there's a little clarity on whether the investments have materialized, how many actual permanent jobs have been created, who has truly benefited. Because, Madam Speaker, in one of the SOPA, Premier says there will be a Lenseria Special Economic Zone opening soon. In the next SOPA is an expansion of the Lenseria Airport. In another SOPA is the establishment of Lenseria Mega Housing Project. When you think not much more can be said about Lenseria, the Premier says the Lenseria Smart City has secured 4 billion to establish the largest film production facility on the continent. At this rate, Madam Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we are tempted to ask the Premier to host the State of Lenseria address, just so that we can understand what exactly is happening in Lenseria, which investments are actually going to see bear fruits for our people. The people of Gauteng were promised urgent intervention through the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. Today, the communities are still told to wait for pipelines, while residents in areas like Coronation Park, Elias Motsoaledi Tsakane, West Rand continue to experience inequality water supply. Perhaps we should go and shower in the 5 stars as we have that privilege, people. The Premier, water is life. The Constitution of South Africa, specifically Section 27, number 1B of the Bill of Rights, explicitly states that everyone has the right to access to sufficient water, not only water, but sufficient water. It is obliged that the state to take reasonable legislative and other measures within the available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. We were told about high-powered vehicles, helicopters, drones. These announcements cannot be recycled every year as if they are new achievements. Technology without visible impact does not make communities safer. Residents of El Dorado Park, Westbury, Sophia Town, and other affected areas still are under terror of violence, crime, and gangsterism. The safety of our people, especially women and children, cannot continue to be cosmetic and left to citizens and private securities. The recent statistics shows that in Gauteng police statistics, which we are responsible for, 27 of 30 highlighted kidnapping statistics, clear indication that even with the introduction of 3 helicopters, installation of CCTV cameras is not enough. We cannot continue to celebrate the bare minimum. Why are we celebrating the arrest of only a quarter of the almost 400 profile kingpins in Gauteng? The Premier continued to present impressive numbers, hundreds of thousands of jobs, but when we examine these figures, we find that there's many of short-term EPW opportunities, training programs with stipends or temporary construction work. These are not sustainable jobs capable of providing household income. We must provide jobs that give our people the dignity and the stability they deserve. The youth of Gauteng, over 1 million unemployed, deserve honesty. They have submitted CVs at community halls, schools, hospitals. They are told jobs are coming, but they are not told when and where and for how long those jobs will exist. Madam Speaker, investment figures grow drastically in each and every SOP, from tens of billions to 200 billions, but economic growth cannot exist on paper. If these investments were fully realized, unemployment in Gauteng will have not remained a crisis level. The township economy remains largely underdeveloped. Small businesses in township continue to struggle without meaningful state support to become competitive participants in the broader economy. A real estate of the province address will have directly confronted a water crisis. It will have provided a concrete timelines to combat crime. It will have acknowledged that load shedding may be declared over load reduction, but continue to spark communities like in Deep Kloof, Tembisa, Protea North, and Naledi, leaving them in darkness. Madam Speaker, the people of Gauteng do not need repeated announcements. They need accountability. They need sustainable employment. They need safety. They need reliable water and electricity.
Your time is up, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
We just wanted to register to Honourable Msimang that we are the champions of water crisis. Yes. The solution to water crisis is this side, not on the other side. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, let me just confirm. Does it mean that they control all the water tankers that are there?
Honourable Van Dijk, you may proceed, ma'am. Honourable Van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The SOPA was a rehashing of priorities and promises. There were 13 commitments made in SOPA 2025. Brief follow-up was made to each of those points this year. I'm pleased the Premier highlighted that transport is the economic driver of the province. It's what we have been emphasising for many years. Thousands of people move through Gauteng every day. Multiple tons of goods go in and out. Multiple residents, visitors come in and out of our province daily. The Transport Department is a major valve in the heart that is Gauteng. But one has to wonder how seriously the province takes this belief. Potholes have been highlighted year in, year out for several years as a huge blight upon our province. Tyres are lost, rims destroyed, cars damaged, and lives gone. We acknowledge that the Premier stated 26,000 out of 31,000 potholes have been repaired. However, this does not feel like the reality on the ground. No matter where one drives, they hit potholes, many that have been repaired several times over due to bad asphalt and practices not properly implemented. The JRA and Tshwane roads cannot keep up with the repairs required, which begs the question why the province insists on using a city entity that cannot even keep up with its own repairs. The sad fact is that there is no transparency around this matter, because the Pothole Fix app no longer gives access to any of the reports for potholes that need to be repaired or that have been logged. You mentioned Bryanston, Mr. Premier. We were in Bryanston yesterday, and we checked with the residents on the Residents Association groups. They sent us countless photos of potholes that are still in the Bryanston area. In terms of our signals, only 699 signals are claimed to not be working. Again, that is not the reflection. 546 traffic signals belong to the province, but only 44% of those are working. That is an astounding figure. And the costs are even higher. Over 200 million rand is required to fix these traffic signals. We have asked committee after committee after committee why it costs so much money to fix these traffic signals. We have yet to be given an answer. Mr. Premier, you mentioned sinkholes in your speech. I come from a constituency called Centurion. That constituency is riddled by sinkholes. It's not just in the West Rand. We acknowledge and thank you for taking the opportunity to see the good work that the DA is trying to do around that sinkhole in the West Rand. But there are over 4,000 of these sinkholes. We had a situation where the province held many experts in the city to talk about sinkholes. There were many technical experts who gave their feedback, who told us that this is actually a crisis. I know we use that word a lot in this province, but that's because we face so many crises in this province. But all of that just went into a black hole. There's been no solution offered. We were promised last year by the Transport Department that there would be a task team that would deal with sinkholes. We still have not seen or heard from that task team. We are in the midst of a massive water crisis. That water crisis can be physically seen on most of the roads that we drive upon. And it doesn't just affect the pipes or the taps that people don't have access to, but it actually breaks our roads. We've got 46% non-revenue water loss across Johannesburg. And most of the potholes that we see are because water is not repaired in time. It's just been left there to just filter down our roads and destroy them even more. So that's another reason to please sort out this water crisis. It was announced it was announced that the province would be taking full control of the Gautrain.
Honourable Van Dijk, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Your time is not working. Honourable Ngobeni? Action SA.
Speaker, honourable members, let me proceed and allow me to take a brief moment to honour the life of Webster Poni Kutwan, a gifted actor, a community leader, and a former Action SA regional chairperson in Lesedi. He served both the arts and the public life with passion and with dignity. On behalf of Action SA Gauteng, we extend our deepest condolences to his family and all who knew him. May his soul rest in peace. Speaker, as we reflect on the service and leadership, we are reminded that public office is ultimately about people. It's about the lives we touch, the communities we serve, and the responsibility that we carry. And that brings me to the question that should trouble all of us in this House. Are we governing to prevent problems? Or are we simply waiting for the next disaster and crisis so that we can react to it again? Because if we are honest, Premier, that is what governance in Gauteng increasingly feels like. Because if we are honest, every year we hear bold commitments. Every year the numbers grow. Every year new task teams, new war rooms, new interventions are unveiled. But outside of this chamber and in our townships, in our suburbs, in our industrial zones, residents wake up to dry taps. They sit at intersections where robots don't work. They dodge potholes, they live with cable theft, hijacked buildings, and municipalities that struggle with basics. So the debate is no longer about effort. It's about how effective are we. Premier, you speak of the G13 challenges, your water instability, crime, illegal mining, hijacked buildings, unemployment, infrastructure, and others. Let us be honest with one another. These were not lightning strikes from the sky. They were not slow burn failures. Water systems did not collapse overnight. Illegal mining does not appear in a single year. Hijacked buildings do not multiply in 1 month. They grow when enforcement is weak. They grow when the police are not acting. Carjackings remain concentrated right here in Gauteng. Arresting criminals, Premier, is important and must always be welcome. But if we are honest, what really brings confidence into the justice system is if we see conviction. Safety must not be institutional. It must not be a seasonal or a campaign-driven exercise. Its posture must be of continuous exercise by municipalities and also by the provincial government. And we must be clear, while we hold you accountable, Premier, let us not pretend that our friends, the DA, carries some moral high ground. Yes. Yes. They governed Tshwane for years and instability deepened there. They worked with others to remove a functioning Mashaba-led administration in 2019. Our people do not celebrate selective outrage, but they actually celebrate consistent discipline. Now, somebody might ask, what will Action SA do differently? We will fix the basics. We will make sure that we ring-fence maintenance budget. We'll publish repair turnaround times. We'll make sure that infrastructure performance is transparent. We will close procurement loopholes and rebuild internal capacity. In SOCI, we will protect key economic infrastructure and target syndicates, not just street-level offenders. We will stabilize municipal finance and redirect money to frontline services. And this is not a theory. Mashaba was doing it with a progressive coalition that he was leading. Nasipi is doing it with a progressive coalition in Tswa. Disciplined governance, it works. Gauteng is an economic engine, premier of South Africa, but let's be honest, even the strongest engine must be maintained. You do not wait for the engine to seize before you open the bonnet. So I return to the same question that I posed earlier on. Are we preventing crisis, or are we waiting for the next disaster so that we can react again? Me and you, Premier, agrees that Gauteng cannot afford the second option. So let's really improve and ensure that we don't govern through crisis. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Ngoveni. Honourable Miso. Honourable Miso.
Honourable Speaker, members of the House, honourable members, the Premier of the province has his priorities upside down. He speaks about Golf Day, the elite, for the elite, yet the sports infrastructure in schools is dilapidating. He speaks about potholes in Bryanston, yet many roads in the province is a desperate state of disrepair. The Premier speaks of speed trains for the elite to Limpopo, yet thousands of our people from Kwamhlanga are still deprived of the basic normal train travel to work. They are sadly still subject to the infamous death trap of Umloto Road. The dejected masses of our people underscore the betrayal of the motive forces by this provincial administration. This is indeed a leadership that is detached from the realities of our people. Honourable Speaker, the Premier, in your hyperbolic state, Premier, you promised the people of Gauteng your commitment to deal with what you called the 13 priority challenges. Yet there is no evidence of success that could inspire the people of province. The disparities between the promises and the realities are ever so apparent with you, Premier Lesufi. Indeed, you are heavy on rhetoric and light on action, a true salesman. I would be amiss if I didn't take advantage of this August House to raise the issue of education, particularly around the TVET colleges. Industrialization cannot be viewed in isolation from the curriculum of education institution to ensure synchronicity and relevance. Our TVET institutions remain underdeveloped, the infrastructure is outdated, their curricula are disconnected from modern industry. How can this province speak of reindustrialization while neglecting vocational excellence? How do we build factories while ignoring the training ground of the working class? Reindustrialization without investing in technical skills is an illusion. The working class youth of Gauteng cannot be spectators in an economy that claims to be expanding. Honourable members, this is indicative of the fact that the working class is no longer priority to this provincial administration. The buzzword of reindustrialization of special economic zone with billions in foreign direct investment has not yielded any practical and measurable results. Therefore, the material conditions of our people remained unchanged. Honourable members, on health, the Premier spoke of converting 40 clinics to 24-hour service. He spoke of ICU ward refurbish, but the reality is that patients are dying while waiting for treatment. Others sleep on hospital floors due to bed shortages, not because of temporary overflow, but because of the health system that is broken. The National Treasury refuses to fund for 1,180 critical posts due to wasteful expenditure. Wasteful expenditure is why people are dying. Premier, in all events of government, Amakosi, are always invited, and yet this government has failed till today to recognize them as the rightful owners of the land. We are saying as Umkhonto Wesizwe, give them that land. It belongs to them. In conclusion, Prima, as much as we note that TVET colleges are the competence of the national government, however, the Prima must lead the campaign to revitalize and support the TVET college in order to produce the skills that will address the unemployment of the young people of Gauteng. Kwaza Mkhonto Kwaza.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Miso. Honourable Chabalala.
Okay, on Monday, Premier Lesufi spoke about building a mega city in Enfuleni. On paper, it may sound exciting and bold, but when we consider the reality on the ground, it reflects a serious lack of vision and foresight. How can one speak of a mega city when a local municipality is failing to deliver even the most basic services? In Enfuleni, our streets are flooded with raw sewer, suffocating residents, chasing businesses away, and killing jobs. Refuse collection is unreliable, with piles of rubbish left uncollected for weeks. Taps frequently run dry for many families. This is a daily reality. Despite these service delivery failures, Gauteng Provincial Government built a flyover bridge on the R52 that leads to nowhere and installed solar high-mast lights at a cost of 8.28 million, as opposed to fixing the road created by their comrades in Enfuleni, only for those solar lights to be stolen in a space of 2 weeks. The Premier also cited Vereeniging taxi rank as a success, yet he failed to mention that it took 13 years to complete it. 13 years to complete a single taxi rank. The Premier also neglected to inform residents of Enfuleni and taxi operators that the completion of this project is as a result of DA's relentless pressure to see it through. Premier, the unemployment youth in Enfuleni are excluded from youth employment initiatives, and I will tell you why. When the municipality created over 338 general worker job opportunities, these positions did not go to them. Instead, they went to ANC leaders' friends, family members, and comrades. We requested a list of those employed, but none came. Meanwhile, many of our residents remain unemployed. Premier proudly announced that Enfuleni acquired 145 vehicles to improve service delivery. Yet when residents contact municipal offices about sewer spills and other issues, they are told that the vehicles have no petrol or diesel. Announcements mean nothing if they do not result in actual service delivery. Our electricity substations are constantly breaking down. West being Curry Boulevard in Vanabale Park, leaving CW areas without power due to ongoing failures. Why? Contractors for building and maintaining our infrastructures are awarded to friends and comrades instead of qualified professionals. Challenges in Enfuleni are replicated in Sidibeng local municipality, where Mayor Lerato remains in office despite serious concerns and allegations regarding her conduct. A mayoral chain valued at approximately 465,000 vanished in her office after she delivered the 2023 SODA. There was also a questionable 500 trip to Germany funded from AIDS and HIV education. These are some of many scandals that have been followed by zero consequence management under your watchful eye, Premier. Speaker, this reveals a troubling pattern, failure to hold comrades accountable. Premier Lesufi himself admitted when he had an interview with Dr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi that ANC-led administration has failed the people of Enfuleni. Those were his words, an admission of failure and incompetence by his comrades. But will he do anything about it? No. In Enfuleni, as the Premier said, everything has become about factions and nothing about residents. That is why projects take over 13 years to complete. That is why over 60 million can be paid to a contractor who then works away without consequences. The people of Enfuleni do not need grand announcements.
Honourable Chabalala, thank you very much.
They need functional sewer
Your time is up.
They need reliable electricity. They need roads free of potholes.
Honourable Chabalala, your time is up. Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are moments in the life of a nation where history does not whisper, it roars with thunder. The year 2026 is such a moment. As a woman, a young person, an advocate for education, and a fellow South African, I invite you to join me in celebrating the different generations of the Sixes. 70 years ago, the fearless women of the 1956 Women's March stood at the Union buildings, demanding equality, dignity, and justice, so that you and I today can only raise our voices loudly and freely, so that we can only carry our past laws and our IDs when catching flights and not feelings. 50 years ago, the youth of the 1976 Soweto uprising rose against an education system designed to deny them of their dignity, of their identity, and confine their dreams to the language of the oppressor, so that today the education that is received by an IEB-registered Peter van Skyk in Hoërskool Oosterlag can be the same as the education received by an NSC-registered Mpho Musala from Pagamani Secondary School in Etwatwa, who is one of the top achievers in Gauteng. 30 years ago, we adopted a democratic constitution that promised freedom and equality for all, so that today, regardless of race, gender, and class, we can stand in a room like this together and make laws that govern our country. Well, Premier, I would stop here, but AMA 2000 would judge me for not clocking the historic Tsotsi Oscar Award win 20 years ago, where our South African artists showcased their talent on a global stage. Actors like Terry Peto and Kobrizi, may God rest his soul, continue to prove that with open doors and the right resources, the sky is not the limit. We aim for the stars because that's how we shine. Madam Speaker, as a proud product of the public education system, I rise conscious that we are the living bridge between the sacrifices made by our predecessors and the future they imagined. Education is a thread that connects 1956, 1976, 1996, 2006, and today, 2026. It is the bridge between promise and opportunity. It is the tree planted by the blood of Solomon Kalush Mahlangu that has bore the fruits of open doors to institutions of higher learning, which belong to higher education, member MISO, not basic education that we don't have here in Gauteng. We stand here today with just above 5% difference between IEB and NSC pass rates, an indication that beyond the numbers lies the true story of transformation. That, Premier, over 20 township schools have achieved 100% matric pass rate in the year 2025. That we have township schools that have recorded over 90% bachelor passes. That Lufereng Secondary School in Soweto has produced 179 bachelor passes out of 182 candidates. That Siabonga Secondary School, also in Soweto, has achieved 197 bachelor passes out of 212 learners. Premier, these remarkable achievements show that when opportunity meets talent, children in township schools can excel. Our learners are not only thriving locally, but also shining on the global stage. This is evidenced by Nkateko Moyane, a grade 11 learner from Daleview Secondary School in Ennerdale, winning STEM gold medal in India. Also evidenced by Tanya Jakeni, as mentioned by yourself in SOPA a few days ago, excelling in international debate. These successes remind us that our learners are capable of competing with the very best in the world, regardless of their background and circumstances. Honourable members, excellence is preceded by access. The construction of 18 new schools and opening of new facilities in January 2026 affirm that no learner is left behind. That infrastructure is not just brick and mortar, it is a spatial justice in action. Ratanang Primary School in Hammanskraal, with its modern classrooms, computer labs, sports facilities, and fully digitized environment, exemplifies dignity in public education. Honourable Premier, we must continue to protect women and children. The 152 active green doors, the outreach to 270,000 households, and the Provincial GBF Council demonstrate a coordinated fight against gender-based violence. A girl who lives in fear cannot succeed in school. Protecting girl learners also means protecting the future of Gauteng. Protecting a girl child further means that we must wage a war against big corporate companies that take advantage of nature. These big companies like Always, Delegates, Gauteng. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Burger.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of this House, the Patriotic Alliance supports and welcomes this address because it recognises a simple truth. Gauteng must be stable to grow. Infrastructure must work. The law must be enforced. Investment must translate into opportunity. We thank the Premier and our coalition partners for the respect we enjoy in this partnership of delivery. Today, when we say coloured lives matter, it is not a slogan whispered to ourselves. It is expressed in this government. I am not coloured myself, yet this government is opening its arms to communities long neglected: Westbury, Eldorado Park, Riverlea, places that have endured violence, drugs and abandonment for years. These are not marginal communities. They are us. And what happens in those streets does not stay in those streets. There can only be peace in Gauteng if there is peace there. When armed forces are deployed to stabilize communities so that longer-term interventions can begin, it will not be theatre. It will be restoration of safety. And safety is dignity. Dignity is running water. Dignity is maintained streets. Dignity is clinics that functions and schools that are safe. Dignity is access to jobs. When we speak of 250,000 jobs from industrial investment, our communities must see themselves in those numbers. Industrialization must not pass our coloured communities on its way to somewhere else. It must build there. It must employ there. It must uplift there. We stand for decisive action where lawlessness undermines safety and opportunity. When buildings are hijacked, when land is unlawfully occupied, when illegal markets fuel crime, it is poor communities who suffer first. Order is not cruelty. Order is compassion for the vulnerable. We commend the inclusion of the integrated waste management facility and the circular economy approach in the Premier's speech. One man's waste is another man's, this man's economic input. Through our buyback centres, we shall create jobs in townships, businesses and self-reliance. As MEC of Environment, I say this: a clean environment is an investable environment. Where there is cleanliness, there is order. And where there is order, there is opportunity. Genesis reminds us that we were placed in the garden to work it and to take care of it. God willing, Gauteng will become our Eden again. Honourable Premier, we welcome your address. We commit to delivering on it with you. Gauteng shall be safe, Gauteng shall be lawful, and Gauteng shall be inclusive. It shall be a province where every community sees and enjoys the full presence and protection of the state. The Patriotic Alliance stands ready, not to elevate one community above another, but to say clearly and unapologetically, coloured lives matter, as do all the lives we have been entrusted to protect and improve. Ons Baizani.
Okay. Okay. Okay, order, honourable members, order. Honourable Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Premier, the AU anthem has a recurring theme in its chorus.
Order, Honourable
It calls upon Africans to make our continent the tree of life. It thereby implies that we have the ability, we have the resources given by Africa, and the vision to be a leader and provider for the whole world. Gauteng can be the rich ground in which the tree of life can be planted if we lead the rivers of investment to our province. This is also the call to arms made to us by the voters of Gauteng, and we dare not fail them. Last year, we indicated to the Premier that the only sure way to ensure economic growth and sustainable job creation would be to attract substantial investments into Gauteng. It is therefore encouraging to see the investment commitments made as indicated by the Premier. However, 2 action points are necessary. First, the commitments must come to fruition sooner rather than later given our economic crisis, and we need timelines on that. Secondly, new investment commitments must be sought to ensure that economic growth exceeds population growth, which is not happening at the moment. Once the right volume of investments take place, the resultant creation of jobs will automatically eradicate many of the socio-economic problems that exist today without further government involvement. But there's also other work to be done. The government must reassess its incoming 2026-27 budget in alignment with possible savings identified in the previous budget. Our research identifies a massive R3 billion fiscal repurposing pool that can be recovered without a single cent of new revenue. This can be used to fund the shortfall in the Department of Education's budget as a whole, and also help to fund the Quintile 5 schools, and ensuring, amongst others, that schools are maintained, like Brakpan Primary School and Carlton High School that's falling apart. The province can then also ensure that local government clinics are properly funded to keep operating instead of closing down. In Ekurhuleni, for instance, clinics are closing and the operating ones cannot provide proper medical services. Lastly, the Tree of Life also needs sustenance of proper service delivery from local governments in total. Local government services have in many respects imploded under the watch of the ANC and deserve urgent attention, not for the sake of us politicians, but for the sake of the people. Premier, these action points are of high importance to root the Tree of Life in Gauteng. We will also submit to you and MEC Maili our research to establish a R3 billion fiscal repurposing pool for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Albert. Honourable Blue.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Speaker. Honourable Acting Speaker, this is my 32nd year of listening to SOPA addresses. I've heard many promises and many claims of great achievement. I've often heard the phrase from Amical Cabral, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. And when I heard it, I would reflect on the contrast between the sad reality and the rosy picture portrayed in the SOPA, and all the failed promises as well. 2 years ago, for instance, we heard that the provincial government was going to buy 18 private hospitals. Honourable Premier, you trumpeted this at the time, but not a single hospital has been bought, not one. If this had happened, we would have enough beds for patients instead of your health MEC pretending that people prefer sleeping on the floor. Amazing. In this year's SOPA, we are told that 10 hospitals have been digitalised, but this has barely affected patients at these hospitals who still have paper files and they still wait in long queues. It's nowhere near the comprehensive health information system that we really need and have been promised for more than 20 years. Honourable Premier, this year you had to repeat a promise you made in your August 2024 SOPA that the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Centre would be complete in December of that year. We will wait and see if it really opens this year, otherwise you may have to repeat this promise next year. Honourable Premier, I think you need to be more sceptical about what the Gauteng Health Department tells you. There are still unacceptable backlogs of cancer patients who need urgent treatment to alleviate suffering and save their lives. You know, the true crisis in cancer treatment is hidden because there are waiting lists to get onto the waiting list. There are terrible delays in diagnosis. At the Chris Hani Bagward Hospital, it takes 6 months after a CT scan for the report to be available. Just imagine this. You wait for a CT scan, then it's done, but you can't get any treatment because there aren't enough radiologists to actually do the reports. By this time, the diagnosis is out of date, and a stage 1 cancer may be a stage 3 cancer. You may then get a substandard chemotherapy treatment, and if surgery is required, you will have to wait because of a shortage of ICU beds, or if it's cancelled, because the air conditioning doesn't work. There are delays at every stage because of a failing health system. Now, Honourable Premier, there's a human face to the many avoidable failures, such as not spending 250 million rand for radiation treatment. Now, you know...
Again.
I went to a very sad event. I went to a very sad event on the 9th of January this year.
Madam Speaker.
It was...
Madam Speaker, we can't allow this.
I'm allowed to display this. I went to the funeral. I went to the funeral.
Madam Speaker, we can't allow this.
Order. Honourable members, order. Honourable Bloom, there was a ruling against what you're doing.
Madam Speaker, there is no ruling.
Can you put the poster away?
Please.
Can you put the poster away? It was ruled out of order.
You have all seen the ruling. You have all seen the poster.
Put the poster down, Honourable Bloom.
I don't agree with the reading. I don't agree with the
poster
ruling. I've been
down,
doing
Honourable
posters
Bloom.
for 32 years.
You are violating a rule.
But you will allow me to show the funeral program. Okay. On 9, all right, okay.
Please continue with your speech.
You're going to haul me out because I showed a funeral program.
Continue with your speech. That is not
I
allowed.
want to finish my
I've
speech.
made a
then
ruling,
you can...
it is not allowed.
Okay. I attended the funeral of Tatu Manchu. She was 41 years old and she left a 16-year-old daughter when she died. She did the chemo, but her cancer spread as she did not get radiation treatment in time. Face of the court case brought by Section 27 Cancer Allowance and Treatment Action Campaign about the cancer treatment backlog. In one interview, she said, "I want to live, but I'm dying." She wrote an open letter rejecting the Premier's apology for cancer treatment failure. You met with her, Honourable Premier. You told her you did not want to appeal the court judgment against the Gauteng Health Department, but the National Health Department said you should, which is not true. Rest in peace, Tata. There are hundreds of others who have suffered and died because of corruption and inefficiency. Honourable Premier, I'm sure you do not want your premiership to be known for lies and falsely claimed victories. You need to acknowledge the dire state of our hospitals and clinics. If you do not do this, the deaths of more people like Tata Manchu
Bloom, your time has expired.
Be on your conscience forever.
Time has expired. Sit down. Time has expired. Sit down. Honourable Bloom.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we've previously ruled on numerous times on this theatrics of Dr. Bloomer's, because he continuously brings unauthorized material, but today he has taken it to another level. It's un-African to take with you an obituary of the deceased. He comes with it here. It's also un-African to bring a photo of the deceased in a house like this. And I think that we need to actually rule on this, because he continuously does this deliberately, because he knows that whatever we do, whatever ruling we make, he would have already showed whatever portrait that he has. And I'm asking the front desk and yourself to rule on this thing. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. We would challenge the Honourable Chief Whip to show us where such a ruling was made, but to the extent that we actually agree with the standing orders, it says distribution. Distribution is very easily defined. It's the dissemination of information around to the 80 members. Honourable Bloom has done no such thing. Thank you.
Honourable members, Honourable Bloom, you were out of order. It is not done that you can come and parade a deceased photos person. It's not done. Maybe in your culture it's done. It's not done where we come from. Secondly, there is a standing... Can you allow me to speak? You were out of order because you violated a standing rule. If you remember, in a telephonic or rather in a virtual platform, when we spoke about the distributing, distribution, Honourable Moriarty. We even said we'll bring one Popeye here drawn in the form of Honourable Bloom. Bring it here if we're going to allow this kind of behavior. So there's a standing rule. We'll take this matter to the Privilege and Ethics Committee. It must not be repeated. Your privilege must stop making you do those kind of things, because it can only be privilege that's making you continue to violate the rules of this meeting. No one does that thing that you are doing. Thank you very much. Honourable Raleigh Huku.
Because I have a privilege of having confidential documents where Bloom's mother was before he died, I think I'll bring those documents in the House if that is allowed. Yes, because what he's doing to Tato, it's not supposed to be done. We met with Tato, we know when Tato was diagnosed, we treated Tato, and I don't think it's something that we must play around with it. So I will bring them, Madam Speaker. If Bloom is allowed to do that, let's do it, all of us. Madam Speaker, let me greet you, let me greet our Premier, let me greet the Executive Council and all the distinguished guests and important people of Gauteng. In the evening of the 23rd of February 2026, Honourable Premier summoned our collective reflection and aspirations through his State of the Province address. He invited us not only to account, but to recommit ourselves to the task of building a Gauteng that works for all its people. Again, Madam Speaker, let me quickly answer. Premier indeed said it announced about 18 hospitals, but already 12 hospitals, including the dental school that are going to be built in this province. Already the processes are in place, the clinical processes that needs to be checked before we build, they have already finalized those processes. We will be revamping or bringing back some of the hospitals that were closed in the province. But we are sitting at 12, Honourable Member Bloom, and I will go and present even to the committee, Honourable Chair Advocate. In peeling back then the layers of the commitments that we've made, the Premier again subsequently reflected on the progress achieved thus far in a detailed articulation, provided broad policy and strategic direction for our province and its people. His address was both reflective and forward-looking, grounding us in what has been done while challenging us on what still remains. The people of Gauteng, through their emphatic mandate, directed us to work together. They carefully selected what they valued in our respective party electoral promises. And in doing so, they shaped a collective mandate that encases the totality of their desires and hopes for a better Gauteng that truly serves them. It is therefore that spirit of unity, spirit of accountability and a shared responsibility that I rise to support the State of the Province address delivered by the Premier. The vision he has outlined is bold, is practical and rooted in a lived realities of our people. It reminds us that transformation is not a straight and easy road to its journey. A long way, there are obstacles in that way, delays, unexpected turns, but those moments do not define the failure and they define the growth. When the Premier quoted again in the African proverb, I'll open quote, "The hands that make mistakes belong to those who work." Close quote. He captured the spirit of this administration. Those who work will sometimes stumble. Those who innovate will sometimes encounter resistance. But progress belongs to those who act. Even a sculptor knows that every mark, even the imperfect ones, shapes the masterpiece. In health, then, every reform, every adjustment, every improvement moves us closer to a system that truly serves us and serves our people with dignity. Madam Speaker, the Department of Health and Wellness are advancing this vision with humility and determination. We have introduced the queue management system in our facilities to reduce the long waiting queues, because we know that behind every queue is a grandmother who woke up at 4 a.m., a parent who took unpaid leave, or a child who should be in school. Improving waiting times is not just about efficiency, but it's about restoring dignity. We're also moving steadily fast in paperless system. Digitizing patient records means fewer lost files, faster access to information, and safer care. It means a patient does not have to repeat their story at every visit. It means continuity, it means safety, and it means respect. Infrastructure and technology are not luxuries. They are foundations of quality care. We have prioritized upgrading our facilities again, modernizing health technology to ensure safe, efficient, and dignified care environments. We are refurbishing maternity and neonatal units because there is no greater responsibility than protecting a mother or her newborn baby. These upgrades strengthen infection prevention, improve patients' flow, and reduce preventative incidents of high-risk areas. At the same time, we're strengthening our digital readiness for national health insurance. We're digitizing patient records, strengthening the hospital information system, implementing PACS for better management of diagnostic imaging, and rolling out health patient registration system. This allows patients to be tracked through a unique health patient registration number across South Africa, not only in Gauteng, improving continuity of care wherever they present. All this depends on reliable network infrastructure. We are giving this priority attention so that technology supports care rather than disrupts. Honourable members, we also strengthen performance and accountability within the department. In 2020-21, our performance was against annual performance plan indicators. They were standing at 51%. Through focused planning, better alignment of resources, structured performance reviews, and stronger facility level accountability, we improved steadily to reach 68% by December 2025. And beyond those percentages are managers who are held accountable, teams that are review performance honestly, and leaders who intervene early when targets are at risk. It reflects a cultural shift from compliance to commitment. We introduced now treatment time guarantees, particularly in cancer care. Because of time matters. When a patient hears a word cancer, every day feels heavy. Treatment time guarantees then allocate clear time frames within which patients must receive care. Through improved referral coordination, disciplined scheduling, and active patient tracking, we are reducing avoidable delays. Early results show better adherence to treatment times and stronger coordination between diagnosis and treatment. Most importantly, patients and families now have greater certainty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
MEC, in reminding you again, those who said it's acceptable to bring pictures of the deceased, bring deceased of their loved ones, we'll take it to the ethics after that. Please remember, I remember their names, I'll remind you whom they are. It's not only Bloom. Thank you. Online.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive and leaders of political parties. I rise today as a member of the Inkatha Freedom Party to respond to the Premier's address, particularly on issues of crime and unemployment. Premier, we acknowledge the progress you have reported, the deployment of helicopters, drones, the installation of CCTV cameras, the mobilization of young people into peace officers, and the profiling and arrest of kingpins. Indeed, the statistics showing decreases in murder, sexual offences, and property-related crimes are encouraging. But let us be clear. No one will invest in a crime-infested province. Gauteng's economic future depends on safety and stability. While these interventions are commendable, crime remains deeply entrenched in many communities. Carjackings, cash in transit, and gang violence continue to undermine public confidence. We must therefore intensify community-based policing, strengthen intelligence network, and ensure that law enforcement is not only reactive but proactive. Fighting crime must remain our priority in Gauteng is to attract investment and create jobs. Hence, we support the deployment of the South African National Defence Force as another crime-fighting interventions. Equally urgent, Honourable Premier, is the scourge of unemployment. It is killing the future of our youth in South Africa, in Gauteng, in South Africa at large. Every young person denied a job opportunity is a potential wasted, a dream deferred, and a family pushed deeper into poverty. This crisis must be treated as a national emergency. Hence, the IFP supports a provincial skills compact that links government, private sector, and the training institutions to ensure our young people are equipped for jobs that exist in the market. Support for township economics through microfinancing, mentorship, and infrastructure investment. The expansion of programs that provide sustainable pathways into meaningful work, not just temporary relief. Support the strengthening of public-private partnerships in the fight against crime in Gauteng. Crime is not only a policing issue, it is an economic and social issue. No investor will risk their capital in a crime-infested province, and no community can thrive under constant fear. To win this battle, government must work hand in hand with private sector and the civil society. Crime and unemployment are twin threats to Gauteng's prosperity. If we fight crime decisively, we will create a safe environment for investment. If we tackle unemployment with agents and innovation, we will secure the future of our youth. The IFP stands ready within the government of provincial unity to work with all partners to deliver solutions that restore hope, dignity, opportunity, and opportunities to our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Member San.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, Mr. Premier, as we debate the State of the Province address delivered by the Premier, we must confront the true state of our province with honesty and courage. While progress has been promised and intervention announced, the lived reality of many of our residents remain defined by fear, insecurity, and persistent criminality. In the most recent Crime Index 2026, released by Numbeo, both Pretoria and Johannesburg rank among the top 10 most dangerous cities in the world. Pretoria is ranked number 2, whilst Johannesburg ranks at number 5. These are not abstract statistics, they are real, live daily experiences within our communities. Mr. Premier, we welcome the decrease in statistics. As you've said, the needle is moving down. We encourage both the Premier and SAPS to continue curbing crime. However, please don't forget that the South African Police Service's third quarterly crime stats confirms Gauteng remains the epicenter of serious and violent crimes. In 3 months under review, 1,536 people were murdered, which is approximately 70 murders per day. If this continues, Madam Speaker, by the end of today, there will be 17 new graves added to the cemeteries of Gauteng. Honourable Premier, please remember this. During the same period, 1,939 attempted murder cases recorded, compared to the 1,820 in the previous year. That is 21 attempted murders per day at a 6.5% increase. Sexual offences increased by 15.4% quarter to quarter, rape increased by 11.5%, sexual assault by 11%. All these categories, Gauteng recorded the second highest number on cases nationally. Honourable Premier, please also be mindful of this, and we've said this many times, you and I have engaged. Kidnapping surged in Gauteng. Kempton Park leads the national list, with cases jumping from 38 to 64. Sophia Town saw a drastic increase, reporting 62 cases after only 9 in the previous period. Tembisa, Johannesburg Central, and Jeppe also feature in the top 5, all showing notable increases. Again, these figures demonstrate that the road to reducing crime is still long, and we should not be celebrating anytime soon. Communities continue to endure armed robberies, vehicle hijackings, organized syndicates, and the growing scourge of illegal mining by Zamazamas. These crimes devastate infrastructure, environment, fuel violent turf wars, and entrench extortion networks. During a recent stakeholder engagement on the gender-based violence, femicide and domestic violence by the Community Safety Committee, SAPS reported a critical human resource shortage at station levels. This severely limits the effective responses, proper investigation, and meaningful victim support. Madam Speaker, I would have failed in my duties today if I only point out the failures of this government. As I have consistently done, I will adopt a constructive approach and propose these implementable and actionable steps. Number 1, immediate recruitment drives accelerate training and targeted deployment to high crime precincts. Number 2, multidisciplinary task teams to dismantle the entire illegal mining value chains, not just merely arrest desperate miners while kingpins openly operate freely. Standardized GBV response protocols, dedicate victim support rooms at every station, and compulsory trauma-informed training. Strengthen neighbourhood watches, youth diversion programs, and community safety forums to address root causes such as unemployment and substance abuse.
Thank you, Honourable San.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Gentile.
Sekela sihlalo walendlu yowisomthetho amalunga lendlu
abantu bonke baseRhawutini, molweni. Madam Speaker, this Premier SOPA is delivered during a profound, significant period, the 30th anniversary of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, a constitution that embodies the nation's aspiration to build a society founded on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. It is within this context that the vision of a modern electronic province, driven by convenience, efficiency, and innovation, finds clear alignment with the vision of the African National Congress. The establishment of a dedicated department over 10 years ago to drive and build a Gauteng ICT infrastructure is therefore not accidental, but deliberate. It affirms that connectivity is a service delivery issue and indeed a human rights issue, if you may. Madam Speaker, to echo the words of the Premier, for us to grow the economy of Gauteng, we must confront crime. The ICT-driven crime-fighting initiatives, including the rollout of thousands of CCTV cameras across the province, supported by real-time data systems, have already contributed significantly to the reduction of crime in our province. This is not merely a technological achievement. It is a moral commitment rooted in the values of the Freedom Charter, which declares that all South Africans have a right to live in safety and in dignity. This is not abstract governance. This is the ANC-led government of provincial unity defending the lives of our people, particularly those in townships and previously disadvantaged areas, where residents cannot afford private security, unlike the privileged constituency represented by our friends in blue. And let me be clear, Honourable Speaker, we would not be surprised that this progress do not make sense to them. Because kaloku bona balazi ukuba linzulu kangakanani. They are now beginning to understand the lived realities of the township residents. That's why today they capitalize on their struggles. Struggles, by the way, that are structurally rooted on the apartheid system that they once benefited from. In fact, Honourable Speaker, they now can enter townships freely, Premier, because they know very well that they are protected by these same cameras. Abenza ngathi abazazi kodwa ngoku kunjalo abayivumi kuba yiyo ANC enamandla bayayingabasa. Honourable members, when the Premier introduced the 3 crime-fighting helicopters, critics dismissed it. They dismissed this initiative, bathi yintsomi inganekwana. They mocked it, they said it's unrealistic, but today the truth is undeniable. The province is using these helicopters to fight crime. This is one of the highest deployments in the country. Between April 2025 to date, 200 arrests have been made, 100 stolen vehicles recovered, and this is as a result of the air wing operations with collaboration with other crime-fighting units. It's safe to say that crime is being disrupted in the province. Crime is disrupted in Gauteng. And it's through the innovations that are led by the ANC-led government of provincial unity that continues to deliver to the commitment of our people. Madam Speaker, crime and improving safety requires an all-encompassing approach. The rollout of e-panic button system is such an intervention. It responds to many societal challenges, but for the purposes of this debate, Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me focus on the role of the e-panic button in responding to gender-based violence and the response capacity of the Green Door centres. That by the time the President of the country declared GBV a national disaster, Gauteng had already put systems in place to protect its citizens. Systems where the e-panic button becomes a lifeline for those that are in danger. This is proactive governance. This is people-centered governance. This is responsive governance. Madam Speaker, loke ngurhulumente wabantu, a government of the people, a government that continues to make the Freedom Charter not just a word on paper, but a lived reality. Premier, ungabayeki bayode bavume. Elungileyo ungayilungisi. Uqinisa isandla kwengalunganga and where there are gaps. Diabule.
Mbali.
Enkosi kakhulu, Deputy Speaker. You know, I must be honest, DS, listening to the Premier's State of the Province address, I was reminded of a dishonest co-parent You know that co-parent that promises the child every weekend, "Skawara wena nana, papa wetla, ke tlo o rekela bicycle. Papa wetla, ke tlo o rekela dilekers. Papa wetla, ke tlo go isa saloon ba lo wetsa moriri wena nana." But papa is a no-show. And every weekend, the child sits at the stoop looking yonder, hoping to catch a glimpse of Papa Atlaka Koloi, Papa Dololo. Mr. Premier, if you remember 2023, you promised the residents of Gauteng 180 drones. In fact, utela ma drone azobantswemu blind. Azokhona dictate ukuthi ibullet ihambe from north to south, east to west. Mr. Premier, apha ma drone, my brother. You said that there's going to be a patrol vehicle, one in every ward. Kori, Matsotsi won't know where to hide. You said to us there will be 6 helicopters. We said 2 are coming in 2023, another 4 are coming at the end of 2024. Manje so my helicopter I train, we're supposed to clap hands. E-panic button. Nice intervention. 170,000 people have downloaded it. It looks impressive. But Mr. Premier, if you consider the fact that there are 15 to 16 million residents in Gauteng, let's say maybe half of them are eligible to download. We're looking at about 7 to 8 million. 170,000 people have downloaded. There's still a lot of work to be done. I'm sure you'll agree. Mr. Premier, you promised us that ABSA was going to give us 200 million for the township economy. Yeah, we were excited. Now you gave us more promises of more interventions without telling us, EP 2 million, 200 million layer ABSA. You also don't tell us that the township economy and the implementing agents that are supposed to bring about change are the subject of an investigation that the MEC Lebogang Maile is supposed to give us the report of, and you must catch strays, the MEC say, report, we have not forgotten. So we're saying to you, Ndate Premier, as a brief talk, no more empty promises. Skaba that father who says bicycle etla. Jinda riding, my brother, Lord, thy shandis. Rekopa, please do us a favor. No more promises. Just uruswabise 1 year. Nobody have delivered. Reswabise ka service delivery. Sithi siyasukuma sifuna ukukhomba iminwe usivale imilomo ngeservice delivery, my brother. Because we want you to succeed. When you succeed, we succeed. We want to work with you and not against you. Can I please leave you with a scripture just to encourage you? We saw that the man of God this side, Mr. Potter, had already started. Matthew 5 verse 37. Please let your yes be yes and your no be no. Anything more than that is the works of the evil one. Sithi phuma Satan. Siyabonga.
Honourable Ali. Honourable Ali. Honourable Ali, do you want the Mborosong now or after?
Do I want
the Mborosong?
The Mborosong, then offering.
Now or after? Member Malaza will lead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Premier, we have made it a norm to sit in your tongue like a salesman when delivering your State of the Province address. You have been selling us dreams, but nothing tangible, since the beginning of the 7th administration. You have made mention of re-industrialization of Gauteng and deliberate inclusion of township and local enterprise. Premier, this sounds good whilst we are reading on paper, but the actual reality on the ground is total horrible dream that does not bring comfort to the citizens of this province. As a caring organization, Umkhonto weSizwe will not clap hands for such dreams, but will point out your shortfalls so that they will be fixed for people to receive proper service from government. As of late 2025 and early 2026, the official unemployment rate in Gauteng stands at approximately 33%, with over 2.5 million residents unemployed. Yet on your speech, you have made mention of 73 billion that is moving towards creation of 114,000 jobs. The whereabouts of those jobs are a mystery to ordinary citizens of this province. The labor activation program under Nasi Spani to train 30,000 young people does not outline the proper plan as to which sector will absorb those young people and whether those jobs will be sustainable or temporary. Hiring of 500 young people to fix taps and broken toilets will never address the reality of unemployment rate. The rehabilitation of K175 Provincial Road to Eka Industria is welcomed, but what purpose will it serve since the Eka Industrial Zone is not fully functional and there are long-standing challenges that affect its functionality? The major challenge, Premier, comes from the fact that Eka Industria is in Gauteng, but managed by Mpumalanga government through Mpumalanga Economic Development Agency. Can you please intervene, Premier, because this industrial zone have realistic job creation potential. Premier, we have a serious service delivery backlog issues in Gauteng municipalities. Getting clean audits does not realistically translate to service delivery. The unveiling of 145 new fleet in Umfuleni municipality do not change the fact that the municipality is not functional. Corruption in Ekurhuleni municipality has crippled the services, as officials are mentioned in the Madlanga Commission. We can count many municipalities that are battling with crisis of waste removals, electricity, water, sewage leaks, yet your speech failed to capture any of them. Premier, in terms of water crisis in Gauteng, the problem is not pipe-based in rainwater plant as you indicated in your speech. It is due to aging infrastructure and lack of proactive maintenance. The pipe-based can also lead to unnatural sinkholes. The leaking of unrepaired pumps leads to water shortage, and the municipalities end up recovering costs by billing the people. The water crisis is not a new thing in Gauteng, Honourable Premier. It is a chronic problem, even before the pipe burst. In conclusion, Honourable Premier, you cannot fix the problems of Gauteng if you do not talk to realities and challenges of the people. The people of Gauteng needs honourable and honest leadership that will address their challenges, not unrealistic pipe dreams of investment that only improves the lives of the elite, but without tangible change in the lives of ordinary citizens with crucial needs. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Kwaza.
Thank you, Honourable President Mane.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speakers, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, our guests from across Gauteng Province, vadzulapo va dorobo lulwane la Gauteng Province ndi Masiari. Honourable Premier, a government that meets in war rooms every Sunday but cannot get water to flow on Monday is not fighting a crisis. It is avoiding accountability. Because a crisis is not solved by coordinating meetings. It is solved by fixing pipes, maintaining pipe stations, and ensuring competent leadership within the municipality level. What we are witnessing in Gauteng Province is not a sudden disaster. It is the slow collapse of infrastructure that has been neglected for years while this government chose announcement over action and politics over professionalizing the government institution. In December last year, Honourable Deputy Speaker, families across Gauteng Province spent holidays without water in Melville, in Brixton, in Pomona, in KwaThema, in Soweto, in Tsakane. These residents have gone for weeks without a single drop of water on their taps. In Tembisa, in your home township, Honourable Premier, communities have been reduced to wheelbarrows and queuing for basic service delivery in the economic hub of South Africa. This is the daily realities faced by the people of Gauteng, who cannot, unfortunately, afford the showers at posh hotels like the leaders who have been entrusted with the responsibility to lead us. In September 2025, you announced a war room that meets every Sunday with the National Minister of Water and Sanitation and all municipalities. But on the 10th February this year, the Gauteng Provincial Government announced yet another war room, this time an intergovernmental relation water operations center in Midrand. How many more war rooms does this province need just to fix one burst pipe? While you launch centers and committees, residents are living at what looks and feels like day zero, even though you deny it. In the year 2022, when the DA demanded an uninterrupted water supply, we were accused of causing panic. But today, the very so-called panic has become our daily realities. The paying residents are forced to live with water restriction, water shedding, and daily days of long water cuts. Honourable Premier, you say that in Midrand you will be building a new 20 million litre storage facility. You say a private developer are matching it with 10 million litres. You say similar investment will be rising in Ekurhuleni, in Tshwane and the West Rand, but the storage is not a supply. Your premature announcements are not accessible, and investment means nothing if maintenance continues to fail. The real crisis is not a shortage of water. It is the unwillingness to lead and fix the problems currently faced or experienced by the resident of this province. Honourable Speaker, in a 30-page speech, you only had 2 paragraphs that speaks to issues of infrastructure. In a province where infrastructure collapse is the reason everything around us is falling apart. The Gauteng province, under the leadership of Premier Lesufi and his predecessor, has had 3 decades to fix the existing problems that we have in this province. All they needed to do was to prioritize maintenance. They had to enforce accountability and to ensure that our institutions are professionalized. And as we see today, it talks to the leadership that they've had for the past 30 years. The Democratic Alliance in Gauteng believes that the government must focus on its core mandate of service delivery. This can be done through ring-fencing a maintenance budget to ensure that collapsing infrastructure is fixed. We must also prioritize an infrastructure master plan that must be implemented to ensure that we include recruiting qualified engineers, project managers, to ensure that projects are delivered on time and within budget. A provincial rapid response infrastructure unit must also be established with a technical task team available to assist immediately when a municipality is facing water and electricity infrastructure challenges. Gauteng is the economic engine of this country, yet today it cannot guarantee the most basic human necessity. The people of Gauteng are not your statistic in a speech. They do not need another phased approach. They need a government that acts when infrastructure fails, that prioritizes maintenance over meetings and war rooms, and that ensure that residents are not left to suffer because of political excuse. Honourable Premier, as I conclude, I want to remind you that history will not remember your war rooms, but it will remember that under your leadership, Gauteng ran dry. It will remember the citizen, the senior citizen that have taken to the street to protest for water. It will remember the schools that were disrupted and learners that lost precious hours of education because of your failure to lead. It will also remember your obsession with appearing like Chris Hani, while your action falls very far short of the leaders who fought for the freedom of this country. Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and good day. I am extremely shocked and disappointed by the conduct of Honourable Bloom, who is a doctor by profession, by playing politics with death. Let me stand on the observed protocols and salutations. I rise today to respond to the Premier's SOPA, particularly on the issue of skills development. The Premier has correctly identified unemployment, crime and economic stagnation as challenges that weigh heavily on our province. But at the heart of these challenges lies a single truth. Without equipping our people with the right skills, we cannot unblock Gauteng's full potential. Thanks, Premier, for collaborating with Minister Makhosazana Ahmed to ignite Gauteng labour market with 1.5 billion rands under the Labour Activation Programme, which will unlock over 30,000 high-impact training and workplace opportunities. The identification of 500 out of 2.5 young people to be employed to fix broken taps, to paint public paving and fixing of broken toilets. This will go a long way in changing their lives and that of their families, while sustaining communities. We acknowledge the Premier's commitment to expanding access to education and training opportunities. Initiatives such as revitalization of technical and vocational education, the support for township-based enterprises, and the digital skills programs are steps in the right direction. These efforts show that our government recognizes the link between skills and economic growth. However, Premier, we must be candid. Progress has been uneven. Too many young people remain locked out of economy because their qualifications do not match the demands of the industry. Employers continue to report shortages in critical areas like your engineering, healthcare, ICT and green technologies,
while thousands of graduates remain unemployed. This mismatch is not just an economic problem, but a social crisis too. I propose the Premier should look at these priorities. 1, industry-aligned training, partnering with business and industry. We cannot afford to train for yesterday's jobs while tomorrow's opportunities pass us by. 2, establishment of township skills hubs to offer practical training in trades, digital literacy, and entrepreneurship. The hubs are to be linked to local economic projects, partnering with municipalities. 3, Gauteng to prepare for its workforce for the transition to renewable energy, sustainable construction and climate-smart agriculture. These are jobs of the future that we also need now. Honourable Premier, for every rand we spend on skills development, measurable outcomes should be tracked in the following ways. How many jobs are we creating? How many businesses are sustained? And how many lives are we changing? Thanks so much for your commitment to making Gauteng a better place to live in. CP Ispan, Nasi Ispan. Premier, in terms of those that continue to not to see light, not to see anything or not to see progress in the light, they'll forever see darkness in the light. CP Ispan, Nasi Ispan. Thank you so much.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ACDP. Honourable Premier, Honourable fellow MPLs, citizens of Gauteng, this is the real Bishop speaking now. Honourable Premier, let me not be like a chicken that pecks here and pecks there. In Afrikaans is 'n hoender wat hier pik en daar pik. Let me amplify just one important point in your SOPA, and in the same time, marry what MEC Mahila said when he received the Township Entrepreneurship Awards in Brakpan. In your SOPA presentation, Honourable Premier, you dealt with economy and jobs. You said, the economic heartland of our country, Gauteng, should never be allowed to stop beating, for the consequences would be too dire for us. I totally agree that to grow the economy, Gauteng must, 1, defeat crime, corruption and lawlessness. 2, improve on infrastructure. 3, fix local government and accelerate service delivery. And 4, bring the private sector to the center of economic revitalization. Now I marry what MEC Mahila said. MEC, you said, forward with township economies forward. Let me remind all of us in this august house that the development and upliftment of the townships is a social, economic and political imperative. Honourable Mahila, you said at the awards ceremony that government is making a strong statement that we want to see more entrepreneurs. I agree, who are willing to tamper with lily-white boardrooms and who can stand firm against tokenism inclusion. Business must change the rules of the game, I say. Honourable Premier, in closing, you said about the new investment, it is signed, sealed and packaged. We know the adage as signed, sealed and delivered. Please deliver, Honourable Premier. Please deliver, Honourable Mahila. Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Honourable Ramokgopa.
Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Members, Honourable Premier, when Rise Mzansi entered this government of provincial unity, we didn't do so for symbolism or for power. We did so because we were ready to roll up our sleeves and be part of doing the hard work of improving the lived conditions of the residents of Gauteng, not just simply stand on the sidelines and complain. And where the Premier's plans reflect what we have been advocating for, we will strengthen them. Where we don't agree, we must debate and advance our views. Rise Mzansi has consistently emphasized that job creation must be rooted in productive sectors, not simply short-term schemes. Sustainable jobs that are a byproduct of reindustrialization, infrastructure investment, crime prevention, long-term spatial planning, and most importantly, attracting new investment into the province. This was the key message of the SOPA. We therefore welcome the swift execution of the investment pledges made at the investment conference to the value of 73 billion rand and the approximately 250,000 new sustainable jobs that are linked to these investments. Jobs must be for all South Africans who are available and ready to work. There should be no jobs for pals. And we must, whilst we fight youth unemployment, we must also make sure that no person over 35 should be denied a job. The improvements in crime statistics, namely the 11% reduction in the murder rate and 8% reduction in sexual offences, is highly commendable. However, our citizens remain plagued by lawlessness and criminal syndicates. This impacts quality of life, investments, and reduces trust in society and in government. Premier, engagements with communities tell us something simple. Safety is economic policy. Businesses don't invest where there's chaos and violence. So we must see decisive enforcement led by the Department of Community Safety and other law enforcement arms. And interventions must be sustained, not reactive. Premier, you also emphasized the issue of mushrooming informal settlements. Gauteng cannot be left to be a shanty town. We reiterate this. This is why, as Rise Mzansi, we have been fighting this issue on the ground. From Lone Hill to Lawley, from Sunning Hill to Soweto, bylaws must be enforced, and the Mkuku mafias that you referred to must be arrested. The key is responsiveness and preventing these new informal settlements from coming up. Lastly, we appreciate the support you've shown in our fight against foot and mouth disease. Despite the attempts at misinformation and discrediting our efforts, we were the first province to announce our provincial plan. And today we are proud to announce that we have finally received our vaccines and the vaccine rollout is beginning today. Gauteng's challenges are complex, but we are ready to work. And in your own words, Premier, the people need less talk, more action. Are sebetseng, Premier. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, the Premier trumpeted a bright future, predicting huge inflows of investments and the creation of many jobs. Of course, he expects us to shower him with praises for it. Last year, the Premier promised 520 billion in investments, with 220 billion of it coming from the government budget. The figures for this coming year, Honourable Bernie, are much less, with many of the projects such as waste-to-energy and Lanseria being very familiar. We've heard them all before. These have been around for years. What can we say? The Premier, who was once a revolutionary, has now become conservative. Colleagues, do you recall last year when the Premier promised over 800,000 jobs? This year, he is more modest. He has pitched the ball lower, aiming for nearly a quarter of that, i.e. 250,000 jobs. Why the dramatic reduction? Well, it's simple. You can look at the quarterly labour force survey that was issued just over a week ago. It just exposes how grandiose the Premier can be when bandying around huge numbers in order to impress. Regrettably, this report, despite the over 800,000 jobs promised, shows a growth of 102,000 jobs. But as Honourable Albert said, it doesn't help when the population grows faster than the creation of the jobs. And in fact, it's worse. What this report shows, in the last quarter, instead of going up, the number of jobs went down by 54,000. The needle, as the Premier calls it, is going the wrong direction. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've previously said that the deterrents to investment are not capitalist greed, but as far simpler. Crime, corruption, unreliable services such as electricity, and as my colleagues talked about, water. Industries need that, investment needs that, but they also need policy certainty. But to his credit, the Premier mentioned the first three, but was ambiguous regarding the fourth one. These deterring factors are all within the control of your government, Mr. Premier. You can change things. The record, unfortunately, on these matters is not great. Hence, while the Premier will crow about the malt plant here and a steel mill there, we actually have a far greater potential. That's the good news. Our potential is great, and certainly our need is greater. This deterrent to investment was no more starkly illustrated than the recent disinvestment of British American Tobacco in Lesedi. Again, to his credit, the Premier acknowledged this in his speech. But I think there was an irony that was lost on him because he lauded the VAL SEZ. But here is a failed investment within the proximity of that SEZ. So he trumps out a whole list, and the list of potential investment at first blush is impressive, as well as the jobs that he promises with them. But we've had impressive promises before. But when each of these years ended, unemployment remained a massive curse, and in each year, the GDP, which is the measure of our economy, was less than the population growth. What does that mean? In each year, we all got poorer. Mr. Premier, this is the real economic state of the province. The Premier acknowledged the economic contribution of the DA-led Mid-Vaal municipalities, but for reasons of his own, he singled out the Mayor's commitment to IGR as if that was the one and only factor in Mayor Peter Tshara's success. Well, Mr. Premier, if your provincial government is a champion of IGR, why does Mid-Vaal have to pressurise the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport to maintain the provincial roads? We are grateful that they're now doing so, but are you really requiring that a DA-led municipality has to come and beg? And what about the 21 million rand owed to Mid-Vaal by the Department of Health? Where is your commitment to IGR, Mr. Premier? Why don't you pay Mid-Vaal the money? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, I want to say this. In cities that are successful in drawing investment, you see cranes everywhere. Construction would be booming. However, in Gauteng, you can drive up the N12, and all of those companies that hire and sell big trucks, cranes, massive earth-moving machines, they have yards full of these things standing idle. Mr. Premier, this is what I suggest that you and I do. Let's go to your office building, stand up the top on the roof, look around the skyline, and let's play Spot the Crane. I guarantee the skyline will be empty. Colleagues, when you see cranes everywhere, when the construction is booming, then be impressed. Until then, all we have is the Premier's promises. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, Minister Moriat. Honourable Moriat, sorry. Honourable Ms. Utara.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker and Presiding Officers, Honourable Premier and my colleagues in the Executive Council, leaders of the political parties represented in the Legislature, Honourable members of our Legislature, our guests in the gallery, members of the media and citizens of Gauteng. The Premier has correctly reminded us that Gauteng's future depends on our ability to confront rapid urbanization, infrastructure constraints and the growing demand for dignified human settlements. Housing delivery remains one of the most important instruments through which government restores dignity, builds stability and creates opportunity. Human settlements are not simply about building houses. They are about building communities that are safe, sustainable and economically integrated. The priorities outlined by the Honourable Premier, infrastructure investment, municipal support and improved service delivery are deeply aligned with the work of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. The Freedom Charter declared, and I quote, "There shall be houses, security and comfort," close quote, and it is further emphasized and recognized as a basic human right in our country's constitution. So to us, it is not a burden to provide, but a social and conscious responsibility we carry. ANC policy translated into government action and implementation, we do with both pride and humbleness, all in an effort to transform the living conditions of the most vulnerable amongst us. Honourable members, the Premier has emphasized the importance of infrastructure as a foundation for development. In human settlements, bulk infrastructure is often the difference between stalled projects and completed communities. Our work with municipalities is therefore essential to ensure that housing projects are supported by water, sanitation, roads and electricity infrastructure. We continue to work closely with our municipalities to unblock projects and accelerate delivery. The success of human settlements depends on strong intergovernmental cooperation, and this remains one of our priorities. Despite the enormous pressures created by population growth and migration into Gauteng, we continue to make steady progress. We pride ourselves on the fact that we are one of the only countries in the world that provides fully subsidized housing. We do this as an acknowledgement of the painful past we come from, a past that was driven by spatial dislocation from economic opportunities as well as social responsibilities, which included raising wholesome families. There is a conversation that needs to be had about who should be prioritized in the allocation of houses. My humble opinion is that a 23-year-old, 30 years after democracy, should not be applying for an RDP house. That the policy allows it is one side of the conversation, but the reality is that youth are applying for subsidized housing is a clear reflection of the state of our economy and the deep structural inequities of our economy. The DA's answer to spatial inequality, to economic exclusion, and to respect for the Constitution is to erect a wall. It is not to build inclusive communities, but is rather to continue to drive exclusion and societies with deep class divides. Am I lying that the DA wants to build a wall in Cape Town? I want to warn the DA, this democracy will be under threat the longer the majority of South Africans are excluded from economic participation. And no wall high or thick enough will be able to save you. Human settlements also contributes directly to economic growth and job creation. Every housing project creates opportunities for contractors, small businesses and workers. Housing delivery is therefore not only a social program, it is also an economic stimulus that supports livelihoods across the province. Honourable Deputy Speaker, no matter how strongly we may feel about our right to land, informal settlements and occupying every vacant piece of land is going to take us back. There is no progress that can be achieved without working together with the private sector, who are the real creator of jobs and increasing our contribution to the GDP. The reality of the informal settlements in our province is that they are located on land that is not suitable for housing development, either on gas lines, ESCOM servitudes, road reserves, floodlines, wetlands, highly dolomitic areas. We, as leaders and responsible public reps, have to educate our citizens that informality is not progressive at all. I recently participated in a public meeting in Itwatwa, in Ekurhuleni, where a gentleman stood up and said, "We are fine with living in a shack. We are black, it's okay, allow us to live in a shack." I had to stress that there is nothing okay with living in a shack. The apartheid system brainwashed us to believe that black is inferior and not deserving of dignity and dignified living conditions. I want to repeat, there is nothing okay with living in a shack. It is undignified, inhumane, and will lead to perpetual social ills and the decline of the communities we should be building. We remain committed to ensuring that housing opportunities reach the most deserving beneficiaries, including the elderly, persons with disabilities, military veterans, and families who have waited the longest. The State of the Province address calls on all of us to work together to build a Gauteng that works for all its people. Every house we build represents dignity, represents opportunity, and a community we develop represents hope. Together, we are building a Gauteng where no one is forgotten and where every resident has the opportunity to live in dignity. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, MEC Maile can have my...
Thank you. Honourable Gani.
I would like to greet Abantwana Bagamsholozi, the Provincial Detachment of Umkhonto Wesizwe in our midst. Greet you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members in the House, and our community of Gauteng. Thanks, Honourable Speaker. As Umkhonto Wesizwe will rise and say we need to guide this House, because I've seated the whole day watching the point scoring. So this House, we must agree that these things that are being called SOPA, SONA, and what that, they are not a proper way of accounting to our people. They are pursuing lies, they are pursuing point scoring, they are not addressing, or they are not a proper method of accountability. As Umkhonto Wesizwe will deposit it that if we are legislators, let us legislate and make sure that we have got an amicable way of accounting to our people and addressing the problems of Gauteng openly so. Nevertheless, I will quote on some of the things, especially the issue of violence. So the issue of violence and crime in Gauteng, because of we're dealing with point scoring. There are killings here in Gauteng that are happening. And if you count the rate of murder in Gauteng, we are at 24%, which means 17 people are killed daily in Gauteng. So we can't address this situation by scoring point, asking questions, sitting here in Parliament while the problem is outside on the street. You deploy soldiers without terms of reference, without an operational plan, without a mission, and if there is no mission, then there is no victory at the end of the day. So we need to change this thing, and we must have a proper way of doing things as this House. So the issue of land, we have advised, Premier. We have advised as Umkhonto Wesizwe 2024, when we started, that if we are going to have land and land is allocated into different departments, that land is about to be sold out and the people of South Africa will remain with no land. We really need to have the Department of Land Affairs. Currently, we've got a region in Gauteng. That region is West Rand, where people are sitting on dynamite and dynamite. Thank you for correction. Yes, I'm a Xhosa by speaking. I'm a military man. I speak dynamite. Yeah, your dynamite. It's fine. But the fact remains, the people are not well wherever they are. And we'll also speak on the issue of the economy. This economy, I've seen the budget yesterday, but it's addressing to empower the foreigners in this country. How? Let me explain it. We have spoken 2024 and 2025 about the illegal businesses on townships when our children were killed or poisoned. We deposited issues as Umkhonto Wesizwe, we were ignored. But the issue remains that today there is a certain allocation for small businesses. Where are those businesses? Because the townships and spaza shops are being owned by foreign nationals. Some people, they will be happy, they will never make corrections. Member Msimani, we won't make corrections on this one.
Thank you, Member Ngani.
The issue of township economy, we are losing it.
Thank you, Member Ngani.
Okay, thanks.
Member Makwala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, fellow members of the Economic Freedom Fighters, fellow members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Fourth Estate, the people of Gauteng, whom we are privileged to represent, and the party leader of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, Honourable Nkani. Deputy Speaker, the year 2016, 2021, and 2024 will be remembered as a watershed years when the people of Gauteng, and indeed the whole country, gradually said enough is enough and cut the then seemingly monolithic ANC down to size. The people of Gauteng and the whole country demonstrated that they are tired of a government that makes promises it cannot keep, that builds castles in the air while its people live in shacks, and that speaks of a better life for all while the poor sink deeper into despair. On Monday, Deputy Speaker, we listened to the same promises, packaged in different colors, delivered with the same arrogancy, and backed by the same lack of care for the people and service delivery. We sat through a 30-page lecture from Premier Lesufi. It was long on self-congratulation, long on name-dropping, and long on blaming everyone else, from cable thieves to sinkholes to zamazamas, for a crisis that is in truth the product of over 30 years of ANC maladministration and malfeasance. But what the Premier failed to do, Deputy Speaker, was to tell the people of Gauteng the truth. In his 2024 SOPA, Premier Lesufi stood before us and told us that water challenges were receiving urgent attention. In 2025, he assured us that investment were being finalized. Today, in 2026, he stands before us and admits, after an explosion, after a fire, after a burst pipe, that the residents of Western Coronationville, Sophia Town and Melville are still without water. That the residents of Midrand have been receiving interminably water supply for over a year. That is scandalous, and the people will remember this in the forthcoming local government elections. But the most damning indictment of this government came not from the podium in Nazareth, but from the Premier's own mouth outside this house. The Premier told the people of Gauteng, unashamedly, with a straight face, that he also suffers from lack of water and that he is forced to take showers in hotels. Deputy Speaker, let that sink in, that while our people in our province or in Soweto, in Sidibeni, in Tshwane, etc., queue with buckets and bottles, while the mothers of Tembisa, in Ivory, in Winmandela, in Hamaskral, in Sebokeng, cannot bath their children, while the grandmothers of Kagiso, of Actonville, of Jimmystein, of Sharpeville, of Mamelodi and Atteridgeville walk kilometers for a single litre, Premier Andrek Lesufi takes showers in hotels at the expense of the people who have entrusted him to improve the quality of their life. This is not leadership. This is not servicing. This is disdain for the people who have entrusted him and his collective to improve their quality of life. This is the lifestyle of an elite that has divorced itself completely from the suffering of the poor masses of our people. No wonder the credibility and public trust is in its decline. The Premier speaks of 760 million to upgrade water services upgrade. But where was this money in 2024? Where was the foresight in 2025? The people of Gauteng do not need apologies. They need clean and safe water. They do not need excuses. They need dignity and their human rights enriched in the Bill of Rights. Deputy Speaker, if the water crisis reveals the incompetency and uncaring nature of this government, the health crisis reveals its cruelty, its exploitation, and its arrogancy to the latter. Just a few weeks ago, the MEC of Health, Honourable Nomantu, was quoted making a statement that should haunt every member of this House, including Honourable Lesufi, who's making noise, that, I quote, patients in hospitals prefer to sleep on the floor. Deputy Speaker, MEC Rankoko did not say this to condone the human situation that the poor patients face in many of our hospitals.
Order.
She said it as if it were a reasonable preference, as if these people of Gauteng who pay taxes, who vote, who queue for hours, who trust the state with their lives, somehow prefer to lie in on cold, hard floors rather than on warm and clean beds in hospitals. The Premier speaks of digitization. He speaks of new MRI machines. He speaks of 27 refurbishment projects. But what good is a linear accelerator if a patient cannot access it because there are no beds? What use is a new hospital if the corridors are lined with the sick lying on the floor? In 2024, we were told that the health system was being stabilized. In 2025, we were told of major refurbishments. In 2026, we are told again that patients prefer sleeping on the floor. Deputy Speaker, this is not a health crisis. This is a crisis of conscience. There is a saying that conscience and common sense do not announce when they leave you. Indeed, this government has lost its conscience. It lost its humanity. It has lost its soul. It has lost Ubuntu. It has lost every value and principle that we hoped our democracy represented. Deputy Speaker, the Premier speaks of 27 billion in foreign direct investment. The Premier speaks of 114,000 jobs. He told us about Inter Alia, Cherry, Heineken, of Microsoft, of Changfang Metals. But Deputy Speaker, the people of Gauteng do not live in spreadsheets. They live in Tembisa, in Soweto, in Alexander, in Sebokeng, in Atteridgeville, in Soshanguve, and in those places there are no jobs. The Premier boasts of million people employed, but he forgets to mention that millions of our people are not employed, and our youth continue to be ridiculed and told that they are lazy because they are not working, while many continue to queue even for menial jobs, submit their CVs, but those who are privileged are ridiculed. We also know that many have given up hope and stopped looking for jobs. He forgets to mention that jobs being created are precarious, low wages, and temporary. He forgets to mention that the youth unemployment rate in this province remains a tick-timing bomb. In 2024, Honourable Andrek Lesufi promised jobs. In 2025, Honourable Andrek promised 800,000 jobs for which he had failed to account. We know that Gauteng lost 50,000 jobs as per Statistics South Africa. Today, this government promises 250,000 jobs again. But the only thing growing faster than the Premier's investment conferences is the number of young people in this province who have lost hope in finding a decent job. On education, Deputy Speaker, we need, as the economic freedom fighters, firstly, to congratulate the class of 2025. We must take this opportunity to celebrate Nkateko Moyani and Tanya Jakeng. But in the same breath, we want to appreciate and honor the 20 township schools that have achieved 100% pass rate. But Deputy Speaker, let us not pretend that these exceptions represent the entirety of our education system in Gauteng. While the Premier celebrates the few, the many are still droning. While he applauds the 20, thousands of learners in this Gauteng are still in overcrowded classrooms, still without textbook, still without laboratories, still without hope. Others are placed very far from where they stay, forcing parents to pay more for school transport that is not safe. Children are forced to travel in overloaded, unsafe vehicles driven by unlicensed drivers, as demonstrated by the killing of 14 learners in the van. May their beautiful souls rest in external peace. In 2024, Premier promised new schools. In 2025, he promised new schools. In 2026, he again promised 18 new schools. But where are the schools for the children of Plastic View? Where are the schools of the children of Makaus in Jimiste? Where are the schools of the children of the informal settlement that this government is not willing to do anything about in terms of integrating them into the formal economy? The EFF shows the way in this fight against crime and corruption. Deputy Speaker, the Premier spoke at length about crime. He spoke of helicopters, of CCTV cameras, of 10,000 traffic wardens, of 26 criminals permanently removed from the face of the earth. But Deputy Speaker, while the ANC speaks and makes noise, the EFF acts. Let me direct the attention of this House and the people of Gauteng to the city of Johannesburg, where the EFF holds the portfolio of public safety under the leadership of member of the Mayoral Committee, Dr. Mzini Chwaku. The EFF is showing what real safety looks like. While the premier traffic wardens or peace officers are still being formalized, Dr. Chwaku has already deployed Johannesburg Metropolis to the streets. While the premier speaks of CCTV, Dr. Chwaku has activated visible policing. While the premier negotiates with coalition partners who cannot agree on anything, Dr. Chwaku has taken the fight to the criminals. In Jeepistown, in Hillbrook, in the Joburg CBD, the EFF, through Dr. Chwaku, continues to lead operations to reclaim buildings hijacked by criminals and illegal occupants. He has shut down drug dens, arrested those who are trafficking in human misery, and he has done so without fanfare, without helicopters, without 27 billion investment conference. Deputy Speaker, the difference is clear, that the ANC talks, the EFF works and delivers safety. The EFF plans to address illegal documentation and undocumented immigrants. And it's also aware of what the Premier was smart enough not to speak thoroughly on the crisis of immigration in our province and in our country. The Premier spoke about only the white paper on citizenship, a very important process. He complains about undocumented foreign nationals. If the Premier complains about undocumented nationals, what must we say as the people of this province? We do not need complaints. We do not need a lot of chop talk. We need credible and implementation solutions, not complaints, Mr. Andrek. What the EFF, we must say to the ANC that they must indeed focus on the 7 pillars of the EFF, as the EFF and government waiting. The people of Gauteng have a choice. They can continue with a coalition government that cannot govern, that cannot provide water, that cannot provide beds, that cannot provide safety, or that they can choose the EFF. I want to remind the Deputy Speaker and the Premier that while the ANC and its coalition talk speaks of releasing land, the EFF will expropriate land without compensation for housing, for farming, for industrial development, no more plastic view. But Honourable Msimang has given me his 12 minutes that he don't finish. There's 12 minutes that he has given me and he has agreed with me.
Who?
Honourable Msimang has given
me. It's not written anywhere. I'm China.
Allow member Makwala and OTE.
Thank you. The ANC and coalition have shown that it cannot govern, that it does not care, it cannot even keep the lights on, it cannot even keep the water flowing, it cannot even provide bed for the sick. The ANC has run out of ideas on how to improve local government. The Premier has publicly acknowledged this, that they have run out of ideas to fix Empuleni local municipality. Years of provincial and national government interventions has not yielded any improvement. Deputy Speaker, I have been given an opportunity to continue by the Mayor. To the residents of Mfuleni and other municipalities, we say the EFF is ready, we're organized, we're disciplined, and we have a plan. Your sufferings and your services Speaker.
Deputy
Speaker.
The member has been allowed to repeat time.
No. If you have time, you can give time. You can allocate time to another. Just that at that time.
Deputy Speaker, we are beginning to
but can give as well what's remaining. But then we are not communicating.
Please, we are finishing my time.
Is the unity of purpose?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can vote on it.
I don't want. Why will I listen to you?
Feed them hard party.
No, the speaker is stopped me.
We respect
I want the speaker to yield. There must be freedom. There must be freedom. We must speak.
Why must we not speak?
We respect females. We respect females in the EFF. We respect females in the EFF.
But
Cinderella, we come here, please keep quiet. Cinderella, please.
We have agreed with the white people. What is the problem? Can you speak?
We withdraw. We're withdrawing. No,
you're on white people's time.
We're withdrawing. We're withdrawing.
Order. Let me explain. Okay, let me explain, colleagues. Hang on. Hang on. It's already 3 minutes because 5 minutes away here. Let me explain.
Yes.
Member Mborotas, oh sorry, I beg your pardon, Member Soli has got unlimited time, just like Prim. So, and the opportunity, guys.
Thank you. Thank you,
So
Honourable
in
Speaker.
that unlimited time,
The
there was no...
ANC conventions have shown that they cannot govern, that it does not care. It cannot even keep the lights on.
No.
It cannot even keep the water
But
flowing. It cannot even provide rest for the sick. The
I
ANC
accept
has run
that you
out
don't
of
agree
ideas
with
to
me.
improve.
Accept that
Order,
I
point of order.
said, in the unlimited time, there was no way where you stopped or ended his time.
Yes.
So when then in the unlimited time, you don't have to agree, but I'm giving you my reasons.
Please.
For saying you are going to get 5 minutes out of that free time you were supposed to have continued with.
Agreed,
I
Speaker.
gave him 5 minutes.
Agreed,
He's
Speaker.
at 3 minutes at that
Continue,
time.
Speaker.
That is the rationale. He's at 3 minutes as we speak.
Speaker,
On a
let's
point
be
of
conscious
order.
of the time that Honourable Usman has
On a
given
point
you.
of order. On a point of order.
They are only chance of delivering a SOPA.
I'm listening to
This
the
part
order.
of focus, you are eating on my time.
No, the time when I
Thank you.
what is the point of order?
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the rules don't provide for that. The rule on giving Honourable Msimang or the Premier unlimited time is only confined to them. The Premier can stand up and say, from my unlimited time, I'm giving Honourable
Can
Maile
the whip provide
30
which
minutes.
rule? Which rule?
We are creating chaos.
Which rule is that?
Let's not create chaos unnecessary.
Which rule?
The rule.
Which rule?
The rule is confined.
Which rule?
No. Can we listen to each other?
Speaker.
Which rule?
The rule is confined to Honourable.
What is the
They can't give us extra time. It doesn't happen. It's anarchy, that rule. Let's not create anarchy in the house.
We don't talk. We don't
You have already ruled on the matter.
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yeah. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm actually one of those rare occasions that I'm on the side of the Honourable Chief Whip on this matter, but it doesn't matter, you have ruled. I don't agree with your ruling, so I'd like your ruling to be referred to the Rules Committee, but you have ruled. Thank you.
Continue, DC.
Mamelani, Gebandas, let me repeat myself. You can take it where you want to take it. It's fine. This is the rationale, Chief Whip, and you leaders who don't agree. I said in the unlimited time, the technicality is that fine in getting that it's only them, it's limited to them. Yes. But because they have time that's not limited, there was no point when I said now you can stop, or rather way you stop, you still had the time.
Yes.
My discretion at the time was that instead of the 12 minutes, because they were allocating each other time, I said I'm giving you 5 minutes.
Yes.
Coming from that.
Thank
it was
you,
my
Speaker.
ruling. You don't have to like, you can take it to the Rules Committee. But now, it is already on the podium given by me.
Yes.
So when you have started in the 5 minutes, it's left with 3. You don't have to agree, but I take your advice. Colleagues, Moriarty, and the Chief Whip, I take your advice. But as things stand, he was on the podium, he was left with 3, he was about to finish.
Yes.
And you can take it to Rules Committee. No one
Yes.
We
are not going anywhere, Speaker. The ANC and coalition have shown that they cannot govern, that it does not care. It cannot even keep the lights on. It cannot even keep the water flowing. It cannot even provide a bed for the sick. The ANC has run out of ideas on how to improve local government. Premier Andrek has publicly acknowledged this, that they have run out of ideas to fix Empule local municipality. Years of provincial and national government interventions has not yielded any improvements. Instead, the municipality has become worse. Instead of taking responsibility for the failures, they are scapegoating the poor mayor and willing to replace with someone who helped them to loot the municipality further. To the residents of Empuleni and other municipalities, we say the EFF is ready, we're organized, we're disciplined, and we have a plan. Your sufferings and poor services will soon end. Whether the ANC talks, we act. Where the ANC promises, the EFF delivers. Where the ANC fails, the EFF will succeed. Deputy Speaker, let me conclude with the words of one of our greatest leaders, Comrade Robert Sobukwe. There is only one race, which is the human race. We, the people of Gauteng, are a one race. We are black, we are white, Honourable Msimanga, we are Indians, we are coloureds, we are men and women, LGBTQI+, we are young and older, we are workers, students, traders, unemployed, mothers and fathers. We continue to strive for a non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous South Africa, united in our diversity. All of us deserve better. We deserve a government that does not take showers in hotels while they go without water. We deserve a government that does not tell them they prefer the floor. Well, we deserve a government that serves them, not itself. We deserve the EFF government.
Thank you very much.
What the government
Your time is
waiting.
up now.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Matsubakila.
Honourable Speaker, we thank our oppressors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want, in terms of Rule 77.3, I want to refer the ruling that you made, because we can't allow it to set precedents in this House. I want to refer that ruling in terms of 77.3, which limits the leader of the official opposition and the premier to unlimited time to the Rules Committee. Thank you very much.
We sit there. We'll deal with it. There's no problem. We sit there.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Msimanga, maybe I can also get some 5 minutes as well. Yeah.
It will come from the Premier side, don't worry. It will come from Premier side this time.
From the Premier side. Honourable Msimanga, I want to applaud you and thank you for exhibiting good leadership today. And I hope that the Premier was listening to you and he will take your advice and also your advice in helping address the issues of this province. Honourable Premier, Honourable Msimanga showed exemplary leadership, and I hope that you were listening. As for Honourable Makubela, I agree with you on one thing, but I disagree with you on another one. I agree with you. The Premier failed to give us the scorecard of what happened in the previous financial year. As for the issue of Hammanskraal, you are being misled and misinformed. Under the DA administration, there was never a 2 billion rand spent on water tankers, but in fact, the highest amount was only 500 million. In the current administration, this has risen by 770 million to over 1 billion rands. This is unheard of. In fact, under the Brink administration, the city of Tshwane had a 4-phased plan to ensure that there is clean water to the people of Hammanskraal. When we were removed in government, on that very week, the first phase was done, and the second phase was to commence. Up to this date, Honourable Funzi, listen, Honourable Funzi, listen. Up to this date, phase 2 has not been completed. It's been over 1 year, 3 months, and that phase has not been completed. Maybe Honourable Lesufi, the mafia is not outside, the mafia is inside. Furthermore, Honourable Koma is out. I want to agree with you, Honourable Koma. The dreamer looked defeated at SOPA. Maybe it is the shower that cooled him down. There is a saying that says, if you enter Hotel California, you don't come out the same. Honourable Van Dijk, I don't know why are you surprised. I don't know why are you surprised. The ANC has a motto that says they move from failure to failure. That is why they're entrusting the Johannesburg Road Agency to do what they are failing to do. So one failure to another. But don't worry, Gogo is here. He will rescue this city. As for Honourable Funzi, you look more defeated. You look more defeated than the Premier himself. I know that you had hopes to become the mayoral candidate for Johannesburg. Sorry, not at that freedom of spaza shop of Mashaba. But at least the DA gave you an opportunity to be mayor. And again, you also failed at that attempt. Maybe you should come back home, my brother. As for Honourable Botha, oh, he's out. Honourable Botha is taken after the criminal leader of his political party and has become a praise singer of the African National Congress. Maybe you should take membership as well, Honourable Botha. The Gauteng that we live in is not the Gauteng that you spoke about. We live in a Gauteng that is bleeding jobs. We live in a Gauteng that is crime-riddled. We live in a Gauteng that has bad infrastructure. So, Honourable Botha, please consider taking the membership of the African National Congress and join your praise singer and sing the praises of the African National Congress. We will not join that party. As for Honourable Dlamini and Honourable Ramokgopa, Shem, in Ekurleni ba re go na le MMC tse ding ba re ke di MMCs of blue lights. Ke lona bao. Enjoy ang bana ba batho. Just enjoy. Ha ona ntho engwe betere le ira. Honourable Speaker, coming to the SOPA, as I said that I agree with Honourable Makubela, that the scorecard must be given at the SOPA to say where we were based on the last SOPA. In the last SOPA, the Premier spoke about 15 problem areas. Part of those, I'll just talk about 4. The first one was to revitalize the township economy and ensure that small businesses become propellers of economic growth in this in this province, and as well as creating jobs. As far as the township economy is concerned, Honourable Premier, I give you a fail. As a teacher, listen, Premier, I'm here. You get a fail. Why do you get a fail, Premier? Because small businesses are not growing in townships. In fact, they are riddled with vandalism, business robberies, illicit trade goods, as you spoke about, and as well as mafias and extortionists, just like those ones in Mamelodi. Thus, therefore, in making sure that there's no development and there's no investment. So small businesses are not growing in townships. So therefore, Premier, we give you a fail. Just on that of township economy, crime is just another issue that is affecting the people of Gauteng. Honourable Premier, you took this department under your wing. Maybe you wanted to go and shower with it. Unfortunately, crime is not improving in this city. Crime is not improving in this province, and maybe if you get out of the shower and start looking outside, your people are dying, your people need help. As far as corruption is concerned, Honourable Speaker, what we are seeing is that this province is playing musical chairs with taxpayers' money. People that are charged with corruption are moved to other departments. That is not dealing with corruption, but it is perpetuating corruption. As far as informal settlements is concerned, Honourable Mutara, please listen. Informal settlements have grown in this province. While you are looking at Cape Town, I know you want to do what your president told you to go and benchmark. While you are looking in Cape Town, look at what is happening in your own province. Informal settlements are going out of control. Just in the city of Tshwane, informal settlement raised from 215 to 510 informal settlements. Honourable Premier, you gave an African idiom. I'll give you one. A good leader knows when to give an axe to the next one when they're failing to cut the tree. That is an African idiom. There's a leader in front of you on your left that is ready to take over. Thank you very much.
Nifile bandasa what you on the left, meaning this side. That's on a lighter note. Honourable Maile.
Premier, 6 minutes.
Eh?
Premier undinika 6
Also, you
minutes.
can add 6 minutes, Premier.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
sure.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the debaters. We also want to greet the Premier, members of the Executive Council, and all members of the Honourable House. We want to start by perhaps responding to the issues that honourable members have raised in the debate. And let me start with Honourable Msimang. Honourable Msimang, I must say that I'm impressed, especially by your tone and the approach to the debate, because you come across as a maturing opposition leader who wants to be constructive and who wants to have a conversation with us. And we have always said that we are not allergic to having a conversation, neither are we allergic to criticism, because we understand that learning is a lifelong process, and that every engagement that we have with yourselves must also help us to grow. So we want to appreciate that from our side. That's the first thing. But the second thing we want to raise with you, Honourable Msimang, is the issue of water. We agree with you that it's a problem, and that's why if you listened to the state of the province, how it was structured, and the amount of time that the Premier spent dealing with the issue of water, and this is despite the fact that water is not a provincial competence. We have not said, because we could have as easily said it's not our competency, it's municipalities, it's national. But we said we are going to take leadership, hence there is this war room that the Premier, the mayors and the minister are part of. And the Premier has explained what is it that is being done. But in addition to the issues that the Premier has raised in the State of the Province address, let me bring it to your attention that the Innovation Hub, the Gauteng's Premier Science Park and Innovation Agency, that is driving sustainable development through its green economy incubator, focusing on water purification, sanitation, and waste management. So some of these water and innovation initiatives include the Climate Innovation Center, which incubates startups focusing on water, energy, and waste through the provision of business development support. It also includes the hosting of Rock Water Technologies, a company supported by the Climate Innovation Center, which specializes in treating complex industrial and mining-related water waste with a focus on cooling and freezing technologies. An 83 million upgrade is currently underway. So it was not in the state of the province because it's being, and you'll probably hear about it in the next. So I'm just adding the many other initiatives that we are doing. At the Innovation Hub, and it includes construction of new buildings to facilitate further innovation in water and other green technologies. We have also established key partnerships for water security, including with the Water Research Commission. The Commission is the anchor tenant there at the Innovation Hub for the new EB3 development that is designed to foster a global water knowledge node and enhance climate resilience. Other partnerships include those with the World Bank, InfoDev, and Development Bank of Southern Africa. So this demonstrates the seriousness with which the provincial government takes the water crisis, and this is despite the fact that it is not our competency. So, however, we are committed to dealing with it. So that's the first point, Honourable Msimang. On the other issues, Honourable Msimang, I think it's disingenuous to try and rubbish the announcement of a fast train. It's not a fast train to Limpopo and all that. It's not about people going to have lunch and coming back. It's bigger than that. It's also about moving goods to Messina and all that. No, it's bigger than that. It's not. So don't don't, don't rubbish it like that. And it's very important for the economies of these two provinces, and it will extend even to Messina, and it will give us a lot of opportunities beyond our border. So it's a very important initiative to help us move goods. Honourable Makubela, we agree with you on the issues of revenue and all that. And in fact, when we present the budget speech next week, a week after next week, we will go into details about our new approach on revenue generation, but also on triple Ps to be able to optimize the resources at the disposal of government. Honourable, I want to deal with the issues that are raised by an Honourable Bloom before I run out of time, because, you know, I really have a serious problem, Honourable Deputy Speaker, with the behavior of Honourable Bloom, because I think Honourable Bloom is vile. You are vile. You are destructive. You are insensitive demagogue. Because I'm not sure if you've got the permission of the family to come into this house and behave the way you have behaved. I think this is insensitive. It just demonstrates that you are a demagogue. And in fact, as you're speaking, saying you have been here for 32 years, I remember that myself, I've been in this house for 17 years. And every time you speak, I get convinced that I must not reach 20 years so that I don't get to 32 years, because I'm going to degenerate like you. So I think it's high time that you leave this house, because you are not offering any help. Member Chabalala, you are saying that mega city without a functional municipality, or where is this out? But anyway, that mega city is meant to help us to bring development there. If you are referring to the river city and all the interventions that we're making in that part of the province, because we believe that we have to invest in the western and the southern corridors of our province. Member Ngobeni, okay, we know the issues you are raising. We might not be agreeing with some, but we agree with you. In fact, some of the issues you are raising about the institutionalization of fighting crime, that's our approach. And that's why we are also building capacity in that department. We are deploying resources and all that. So we agree with you. You know, Member Ali, Member Ali, Mfundis Wade, you know, we agree with you. We must give you a report. But you should have said that it's a report that we initiated. We initiated the investigation. No, you brought the issue to our attention. You never asked us to investigate. And we said, when you bring the issue to our attention, this and other issues that you did not bring to our attention are so serious that we have to investigate. Hence, we have investigated. So there is no reason that we can investigate and not want to give you a reason. We will give you a report. So don't worry, Member Ali. You know, you're talking about the 200 million rand upside and all that. There's a fund that we've created with the private sector. We can give account, and I think it's with ABSA as well, where we invested rent to rent, and they invested as well. So the Premier did not just speak about the ABSA money that's non-existent. It is there. Because what time? I've got 6 minutes, man. What's your problem? I'm watching time here. So the Premier did not just speak about the 200 million here. It's there. And that's why, remember the state of the province, because it's dynamic and every year it changes. So you can't say the things he said last year and all that. And in fact, I challenge those members who are saying it's the same and all that. You know, just show me. How is that true? Because it's not. If you look at this state of the province, in fact, let me just give you a practical example. Last year, for the first time, the Premier spoke of G13 problems. He said these are the problems. This year, the Premier gave an account in detail on all the G13 problems, how far we've gone. And that's why Honourable Member Van Wyk was even stating the numbers about potholes and all that. Despite the fact that Member Van Wyk, when it's convenient, you want to create an impression that we're not doing our work, stating municipal-owned roads. You are not stating, because there's 3 spheres of government. You need to be honest and appreciate the fact that when it comes to the roads that we are running, we have been able to account, and we have even gone beyond, because we don't want to be simplistic and say this is not our responsibility. But we started with our provincial-owned roads, and that's why we gave numbers. We did roads in Mfuleni. We helped the city of Joburg, the city of Tshwane, and all that. But when it comes to our roads, we have invested consistently and significantly, and we have delivered. So you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent, Member Van Wyk. Member Rasilingwani, the issue of water, I've dealt with it to say, what is it that we are doing? Don't call me to order, man.
It was left with 29 seconds.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
29 seconds, they added an extra minute.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can I continue?
No, man. Don't
Should I continue? Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Point of order.
Point of order. No problem. I'd just like to ask you a question, Madam Deputy Speaker. Where did the additional time come from that was added on to Honourable Maina's? The time was finished for Honourable Maina, and then suddenly, mysteriously, there was another, I don't know, after about, it's been speaking for about a minute and a half, there was another 2 that was added. So, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable, can you all sit? We are using the 3 minutes left by Honourable Dlamini. Stop winking at the Chief Whip now, Moriat. Then there's 1 minute left by Honourable Mutara. Magakube ngola hlobo now angithi angithi now niyana ngexesha lakho. Sit.
Ari balume dinta baloyi. Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me actually get into Member Moriarty now.
Speaker?
He claims that the Premier said we will raise...
Point of order.
But why are you disrupting me? You are making it personal now.
Time is being used.
May I ask that your ruling be submitted?
No, my ruling was that I gave permission to use the 1 minute that was left by Member Mutara and the 3 minutes left by Dlamini. Why do you get touched when Honourable Muriati, when it was beneficial at the time, you didn't squabble? Stop that. Well, it was nice when you were allocating each other.
It's because I'm stating facts. I'm stating facts. So one of the facts I want to state, where Honourable Muriati claims that the Premier says we will raise 500 billion. In fact, we said 800 billion in the next 5 years. But because you believe in your own propaganda, and because you are inconsistent and you are not honest, you want to create an impression that the Premier said 500 billion last year. We could not have said that. We could not have said that. We said 800 billion in the next 5 years. In fact, in the State of the Province address, we make a point. Despite the 300 billion pledges that we have received, we have converted 70 billion of those, which have amounted to 114,000 jobs. Look at the stats and see if you are not seeing that 114. So don't be convenient with the truth. You have to tell the truth always. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Before surprise. Honourable Makubele, you have to, there's a motion that I think you would like to present to the House, and please do. And we must actually adopt the motion. After this, we'll take a 15 minutes breather. We'll just lower the 15 minutes breather. Honourable Tsepiso, Ima. We will lower the mace for 15 minutes. We'll take a break. Then we'll come back and Ivan Upremi. Honourable Makubele.
Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even though we have rewritten the rule book today. To the excitement of Honourable.
Don't focus on those things. There's a lot that I take my blind eye.
I, the Chief Whip of the ANC, Honourable Elma Kubela, hereby table the following motion without notice in terms of Rule 120 and 122, read together with Rule 35. That this House, in consistence with the numbers that we got on the polls and the delegates that we've received of the NCOP, that we appoint the following members as special delegates for a special sitting that will sit tomorrow virtually of the plenary of the National Council of Provinces, which is scheduled tomorrow, Friday, the 27th February 2026. That from the DA, Honourable R. Robinson, that from the ANC, Honourable M. Mhlongo, and Honourable N. Mohobe. And I so move. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker?
No, Madam Speaker.
Madam Deputy Speaker?
Yes.
With respect, there are 4 special delegates, and 2 of them are from the DA, so he's missing one. We'll happily give him the name.
Honourable Makubele, are you listening
We'll
to
happily
that?
give him the name after the sitting.
But we are supposed to have read 4, so there is one from the DA. Who?
Madam Deputy, I think that is, it might have been an omission from the front desk.
Yes.
I think maybe if Honourable Moriarty can rise to nominate an additional name, there should be 4, consistent with what we have. Maybe if you can, so that we can, for record keeping. What is the name? The virtual city.
No, there were no names that came from them.
It's a virtual sitting.
It's a virtual sitting.
Who? It's tomorrow at 9 in the morning.
Okay, honourable members, those who say aye, please, those who adopt, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who say, you've got the name.
I was asked for a name, Honourable Bronwyn Engelbrecht.
Man?
Bronwyn Engelbrecht.
Engelbrecht. Oh, okay. So there is a secondment, so which be and an agreement that we can proceed with these names. Now, right? You are on track. Those who refuse or who do not agree say no. You are refusing him. Thank you very much. Let's take a 15 minutes adjournment. Sabonan. Okay, MEC Maile seconded. Yes, thank you. Yeah. It was seconded by MEC Maile. Thank you. Let the record show.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge all honourable members present, the Chief Whip, but I also want to acknowledge the presence of the members of the Executive Council, the entire leadership of various political parties that are represented in our legislature. I also want to acknowledge our provincial coordinator. She was here, I'm not sure he has left. Comrade Hope Mangwan Papo. I want to acknowledge, and I made this mistake in our State of the Province address, I hope I'm forgiven, to acknowledge the leadership of Action SA represented here by the Provincial Secretary. I also want to acknowledge the representative of the HIV/AIDS Council in our province, the co-chair. She was present at the State of the Province address, as well as the co-chair of the Youth Advisory Council. Members, on Sunday, a crucial chapter in the history of journalism in our country was disrupted. A man born and bred in Tshwane. Before there were bloggers, before there were people that were planting stories in social media, before there were influencers, there was Joe Latahom. Joe Latahom was what was characterized as a journalist of journalists, a person to go to either on real political issues, community news, as well as sport news. This award-winning journalist, who was the co-founding editor of the Sowetan newspaper, who went to edit the Post, Sunday Post, even worked for the Star newspaper, ceased to breathe last week Sunday. We come here not only to honor his memory, but to wish his family well during this difficult moment. I wish to take this opportunity to thank all those that took part in this debate, some for their well-considered responses, others, despite the so well-considered responses that we gave during the State of the Provinces, decided to ignore the content of the speech. During our State of the Province address, we were extremely clear. We had the opportunity to report back to the people of this province the work that we have done on all the key areas that outlined in the 2025 State of the Province address. Amongst others, we had the opportunity to reflect on the water crisis, the state of the economy, our efforts to fix local government, as well as to give full account on the G13+2 challenges, which we insist need urgent and focused attention to make a difference to the lives of our residents of Gauteng. I have no doubt, Deputy Madam Speaker, that the residents of Gauteng have heard us, and the endless messages that they've sent to us and the articles that they've written is an affirmation that we remain on the right course. Where I have a doubt, it is whether some members in this House have heard us well and heard us enough, as evidenced by the quality of the debate in this House, as well as the areas in which they've rehashed, demonstrating that they've either not read or they've deliberately ignored what we said. This is captured very well by Balshia Howen, who said, and I quote, "Never explain yourself. Your friends don't need it. Your enemies won't believe it." I want to repeat. Never over-explain yourself. Your friends don't need it, and your enemies won't believe it. End of quote. When the team approached me to request whether we need a day to respond, I advised the team that indeed I will need a full day to respond to the issues that will be raised by honourable members. The team said, based on the history of previous SOPAs, the quality of the debate and the quality of advice that we receive from members have declined badly. And they thought that it's important that we respond immediately after the debate rather than have a full day to respond. I insisted that I need a day so that I can respond thoroughly to the debate and the issues that they've raised. Purely because where I stand, I value criticism. Where I stand, I appreciate advice. Where I stand, I take time to listen to the inputs that are provided by other people. Because in the world that we live in, no one has a monopoly for ideas and no one knows everything. So I want to thank those members that have indeed went at length to provide the relevant guidance and to provide the relevant support and also to contribute where contribution is needed. Member Msimang, I want to thank you wholeheartedly. The advice, the guidance, the approach, and the maturity that we have approached this debate in this House. A leader works in that particular fashion. We are no longer getting young. We are getting old. Maturity needs to set in, and we have demonstrated it in this House. However, when you are a leader, you must lead everyone. When you are a leader, your message must be seen within those that are close to you. When you are a leader, those that work with you, even in your absence, they should represent your message. Unfortunately, in this House, that was not the case. You said, let's eliminate insults. Member Bloom went on an insult drive. You said, let's eliminate pettiness. Some of your members came here, they were not only petty, they were indeed reducing the stature of this particular debate. But I fully accept your commitment to work together. I fully accept the constructiveness in which we need to engage in discussions, and I fully accept even the guidance that you are providing in terms of infrastructure movement and infrastructure support. This is how we build a province. This is how we build a country. And this is how we build a society that needs us as leaders to prosper. However, those that continue to hurl insult and those that continue even to absent themselves in this particular House after they've presented issues here, it's a demonstration that we've got a long way to go. But to the Democratic Alliance, thank you so much for choosing construction rather than vote of no confidence in this House. Thank you so much for choosing partnership rather than distraction on ideas that have been deposited. To satisfy you, Honourable Member Solim Simang, we've repaired almost 28 valves, repaired almost 114 hydrants, achieved almost 6.8 million litres that we have eliminated from waste. But we agree with you, it's the infrastructure that matters. Our strategic decision to remove this responsibility of infrastructure from GIFA is because GIFA was a centre of the provincial government. In our 2 days discussion with all executive mayors, we unanimously agreed that we need a new bulk agency services body that can incorporate the work of local authorities, national government, and ourselves. Is within that context. We are not rehatching something that was not there. We are strengthening something that is there. In our last SOPA, I indicated to you that we've got an infrastructure book that outlines infrastructures that we have budgeted for and the infrastructure improvement that we are intending to execute as a province. It's quite clear, outside that information that was provided, you continue to believe that we don't have a plan. You continue to believe that we don't know where to fix the problem. You continue to believe that we don't have the capacity and the skill to resolve these problems. We beg to differ, as we have our approach on infrastructure development, as we have the budget, some coming from our national government, others coming from the private sector, and we'll be consolidating all this infrastructure initiative with the Development Bank of South Africa, chaired by the former Premier of this particular province, that is willing to assist us on these matters. We indeed have a plan. We indeed have the resources. We indeed have the skills. We indeed have the capabilities that will assist us to deal with this particular matter. I also want to thank those that have made a very important input on the issue of water. It is MEC Maile that explained it explicitly. That is not our responsibility, but we couldn't fold our arms and say it's not our responsibility where ordinary members of our province were affected. We exercise our right to coordinate. We exercise our right to establish an intergovernment relations. We also exercise our right to bring the parties that are responsible to bring water in our province, that is national government, as well as the minister responsible for water and sanitation. It was through our action that majority of the water challenges that were resolved. It was through our action that the challenges that we faced about water were eliminated. And it's going to be through our action that the remaining areas without water will also be resolved so that water can flow in our province. But it's very important to put it this clearly. 93% of residents of Gauteng, 93% of businesses in Gauteng, 93% of institutions that need to access water in our province are accessing water. It's the stubborn 7% that we need to resolve. And that 7%, because it's valuable to us, we are not going to abandon them and sit and bask in the sun and claim that we have resolved the water challenges. But we want to emphasize those that are still without water, that we have not abandoned them. We want to emphasize those without water, that our engineers continue to work across the clock to ensure that this matter is resolved. People of Amanskral, Brongorsspruit, people of Tsakani, people of Kwatema, people of Emarentia, people of Auckland Park, Westbury, and communities that are still without water in Kokosi and Forgeville, our commitment to resolve this matter remains unshakable. Honourable members, I'm sometimes reluctant to respond to individual inputs of honourable members purely because I respect their views. I also respect their preparedness on some of the issues. But there are other issues, if you don't respond to them, they will remain as if it's gospel truth. And therefore, we need to debunk them and attend to them as quickly as possible. It was Member Meso who claims that we have abandoned our course or traditional leadership. And this brings the question of whether people do listen or read to the speech. Because in the speech, we're very explicit that our approach to traditional leadership is very simple. We appointed a commission of inquiry. Out of the commission of inquiry, we got a report, and at the State of the Province address, we said we'll meet with each and every traditional house that raised concern, and thereafter release the report, so that we can recognize and appreciate the role of traditional leadership. And therefore, to claim that we have not highlighted on this particular matter is unfortunate. And our approach also to speed train cannot be reduced to the challenges that people of Komhlanga are going through. Our approach is to plan ahead. Our approach is to take cargo in our planning. Our approach is to move as many goods as possible between three important provinces, but above all, to our neighboring countries. Kwamhlanga resolution by PRASA has been there for quite some time, that there is an urgent need, and it has been accepted to construct a new railway line linking Kwamhlanga with Tshwane, so that our people can be in a position to have train. But most importantly, those that have also rejected our approach of this speed train, including Honourable Member Msimang, indicating that we need a train from Tshwane, or a train from Soweto, or a train from Vereeniging to come to Johannesburg. They forgot that when this train were disrupted, we reinstalled this, and people of Soweto can come to Johannesburg using a new beautiful train Yabatu, to come to our province. We can't fail to plan for the future purely because some of the issues are still outstanding. We are proud, with the support of PRASA, that the railway line from Katlehong, Germiston to Germiston, and Germiston to Johannesburg is operational. The railway line from Johannesburg to Soweto is operational, and the railway line to Vereeniging will also be operational together with the railway line to Tenswart. But it does not mean, in the absence of these railway lines, we will not be in a position to introduce new ideas. Member Shabalala, I want to indicate one important aspect that I've said to you, that your political party have nominated you to be the mayoral candidate in Mfuleni. I wish you well. This is an area that will demonstrate whether you've got the capabilities, the skills, and the talent. But where I stand, go and dream about being a mayor, because some of those that are your neighbors now, they are tired of you. They are just shipping you out of this particular house. Member Mhlongo, thank you so much for linking up June 16 to 2026. Thank you so much for beautifully outlining the struggles waged by our women. As I said when I introduced and I started to have this particular debate with members, that those that went through the speech would have acknowledged those that were acknowledged during the State of the Province address. The mere fact none of the participants in some of this debate from other political parties failed to recognize the 70th anniversary of the women's struggle, failed to recognize the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, failed to recognize the importance and the role played by women, and especially during June 16, is an indication that the role played by Mama Sofiti Brain, it's a role that we must defend, it's a role that we must cement, it's a role that we must ensure every child in our school in Gauteng must know who Mama Sofiti Brain was, and everyone must know the June 16 struggles, because they paved our way to be where we are. And thank you so much, Member Mhlongo, for outlining that particular position. On Spaizani, we remain firm to prove, and Member Puota, you have done that beautifully. There are those that came here to attack us that we repeat ourselves. And I ask myself, did I speak about waste to energy project? Did I speak about the investment that we got for those that are going to open the new waste to energy in Centurion? Did last year speak about the investment that we've just acquired to open a new waste energy here in Johannesburg, supported by the city? The answer is simple. I didn't speak about it. I spoke about it now because it's safe. I spoke about it now because it's finalized. I spoke about it now because we are ready to go to construction and create the necessary jobs. And indeed, dignity is about bringing jobs to our people. Indeed, waste to energy is nothing else but one waste is another person's opportunity to create jobs. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Member Puota. A clean environment is an investable environment that will allow us to move. Member Albert, I'm one person that have always took a negative view on some of the issues that are raised by the constituency that you represent. But today you proved me wrong. A tree of life is what needs to be planted so all of us can benefit out of that particular tree. Your foresight, your capability to try to bring all of us to the center so that we can be local farmers, so that we can be local protectors, so that we can take this generation and the resources that we have at our disposal to benefit everyone. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for the advice, the guidance, and I'm looking forward to a 3 billion researched proposal that will ensure that we deal with these particular issues in our province. The less said about Member Bloom, the better. I wished I could respond on the basis of the respect that I accord to him, being our elder in this House, on the basis of the speech or the input given by Honourable Member Msimang when he started the debate, who was very clear: eliminate insult, promote oneness, eliminate disrespect, ensure we are focused on the task at hand. Unfortunately, the eldest person in the House chose insult, chose insensitivity, but above all, humiliated those that believe in the struggles for those that are fighting cancer. We said it in the State of the Province address, again, deliberately ignored. 1,200 backlogs were registered. When we delivered the State of the Province address, we reduced the waiting list from 1,200 to mere 200. But for Member Bloom to acknowledge and appreciate that, it will be wrong for him. He chose insults rather than being constructive. And being an elderly is not only disappointing. As I said, Member Bloom, never explain yourself. Your friends don't need it, and your enemies won't believe it. I want to thank Member Nkomoralo Hoku for a deliberate way to explain and debunk those that think that we make noise for absolutely nothing. We are accused that the commitment that we have made to build hospital, it was pie in the sky. But we know, behind the scene, we have persuaded the President. We know, behind the scene, we have persuaded the Minister of Finance. Yesterday, the Minister of Finance in tabling her committed on dealing with the issues that we've raised in Gauteng. And we are looking forward to the construction of the hospitals, and we are also looking forward to the partnership that we've developed with those that are working with us. But what is very key and very important that people are missing is that we are turning our hospitals to be paperless. We are turning our hospital to be digital. We are turning our hospital so that they can expand and they can be maintained so that our hospitals can remain hospitals of the future. And our argument is very simple. We've got the expertise, we've got the talent, we've got doctors and professionals that are executing their work. The only problem that we need to sort out is external matters that need our immediate attention. And the team is working that. Member Son, I take your point in terms of kidnappings, but please accept that the needle is going down. I take your point that crime is an enemy that we have identified, but please accept the statistics are going down. I take pride that we have made it extremely clear, even in the last, and if you can ask the leadership of the Democratic Alliance that is sitting in the extended cabinet, Lekgotla, we were standing together with Western Cape on this particular matter. To say, like teachers reporting to the provincial government, like nurses reporting to the provincial government, time has arrived that the police must join and there must be a devolution of power from national to provinces so that provinces can supersede, can oversight over the issue of policy. That's the only way to ensure that we have. But we differ with those that think that these powers should be absolute. We differ with those that think that these powers must be given so that a certain province can leave from being part of our country to be a standalone province. We are doing this so that we can fight crime immediately. We don't have to consult and deal with other structures at the national. So crime is being disrupted, Member Gentile, and thank you so much. Crime is being disrupted in our province. We have identified, and that's an area and the issue that makes us, unfortunately, not to agree with those that differ with us. We said we have identified 250 people that are responsible for crime in our province. Out of the 250 people, 101 have been arrested in our province. These are people that have caused crime. These are people that on a daily basis are responsible for crime in our province. Out of that 250 people, 26 have been reconnected with their creator, meaning that we have removed them permanently in doing crime in our province. And this, for it to be possible, it was the helicopters that assisted us. For this to be possible, it was the additional support that we've given to the police. For it to be possible, it was men and women of law, all law enforcement agencies that have made this possible. We remain the only province, Honourable Member San, that have made all municipalities to sign a memorandum of agreement so that we can work together. Because this is not good news to others that didn't want us to have this. They're accusing us that we are repeating ourselves. But as I said, never explain yourself. Your friends don't need it, and your enemies won't believe it. We will continue to do our work, and it was unfortunate that Member Ali played to the gallery and refused to accept the progress that we've made. She claims that the panic button is nothing else but a waste of time when we've got almost 170,000 people that have downloaded it, forgetting that even when an email was introduced for the first time, not almost 800 million people in the population used the emails. It came on time, it progressed. But what we forget to understand, Member Ali, that the same panic button that you want to downplay, it won African Union Public Service Innovation Award in Addis Ababa, April 2024. An indication that our creativity was accepted by our African counterparts. A commitment that indicates that indeed we are planning ahead so that no one can be attacked. Of those people that downloaded it, 60,000 people pressed it and requested help. Of the 60,000, there were almost 37,000 where it was life-threatening. Because of the panic button, the 37,000 people whose lives, if we didn't intervene, could have been lost, today they've survived, and today they're in a better world. So to say this is meaningless, it's very unfortunate. But who can dispute that? Because we have degenerated to a level that everything that is said is either we are praising ourselves, or we are salespeople, or we are repeating things that we have said before. I have never said before that 37,000 people's lives were protected because somebody have pressed a panic button. We continue to do this work, not for any other thing. We continue to do this work purely because we believe that we are making changes in the lives of our people. And we want to urge our citizens to download the app so that if you are attacked, you will be in a position we will be in a position to respond and come to your rescue. Member Rasilingwan, I wish I can respond to the issues that you have highlighted. But if a debate is littered with wrong information and insult, I look the other way because it's not worth my time. I also want to thank those like Bishop Adams that have indicated the approach that we've taken this year. Member Adams, there are people that you can't satisfy. When we took office here, they accused us that we have not budgeted for crime fighting, but we say crime fighting is a priority. It was Honourable Member Msimang who felt that we need to increase the budget to fight crime. we did exactly as advised. When it came to issues of projects that were ready to go to the market, we were told we are bringing projects that are not ready. Today, we brought projects that are ready, that are creating jobs on the basis of the relationship that we have established with those companies. Then members come here and say 250,000, it's nothing. We agree it's nothing, but this is 250,000 jobs that came through the relationship that we have developed as the Gauteng Provincial Government. And indeed, Member Adams, they are signed, sealed, and packaged. They are signed, sealed, and packaged. We are not bringing a dream here. We are bringing reality. We are not bringing something that we are anticipating. We are bringing something that is starting now to be on the ground so that we can create opportunities. As much as we want to accept advices, sometimes when you act on the advices, the same people that gave you an advice, instead of appreciating that you are accepting the advice so that they can introduce a new advice, they rubbish everything that they've said to you. And therefore, it makes a futile exercise. Honourable Member Ramogopa, if we don't agree, we debate. Member Ramogopa, if we don't agree, we take advice. So I want to thank you for this kind words, because it does not mean when we do things together, there are no areas that we disagree. But if we disagree, as you said, what do? We debate. We don't hurl insult and bring posters of the dead in the house. We don't hurl insult and disrupt the most important aspect, to listen to each other so that we can work together. So we want to take this opportunity to thank you for the guidance and advice that you are doing. There are others, they indicate right, but 10 left. We will indicate straight and 10 straight, because our belief is that Gauteng is much better. There is no one who can argue that when you move on the R24, you will see that building construction is taking place. There is no one who will argue when you move around R21 that construction is moving. There is no one who will argue when you go to Midrand now, you will see a waterfall that was not there before 1994. Anyone, therefore, that says no cranes are up in Gauteng, you don't need to go on top of my office. You don't even have to go on top of the new Carlton Center. You have to drive around Gauteng and see that cranes are going high in our province. Honourable members, we want to appreciate the approach that we've taken in dealing with the issues that we have identified. It was Honourable Member Mutara that explained our approach to housing. Gone are the days where you need a huge mass land, throw RDP houses, and people don't have facilities. If you take what we have done at Chief Albert Lituli, a house that is worth 1.2 million in Bedford View, we gave it to people in Etwatwa free of charge. We have not given them an RDP house, we have given them an apartment. And that's the approach of constructing this particular province. But those that don't want to accept that this province is attracting big investment, those that don't want to accept that this province is attracting big events, and those that don't want to accept that this province is indeed moving towards the right direction, if they can be in power tomorrow, the same thing that they said was bad, it will be good for them because they are in power. Their criticism, therefore, is not about the work that we've done, it's the areas that they think people will discredit us with. So, Member Nkani, thank you so much for believing that we need to have creative way to account to our people. You may feel that SOPA is not enough, but we've got public participation processes. This legislature meet with various institutions and stakeholders. This legislature attracts various petitions from our people. It's the combination of all these things that makes us to be government. So you can't replace another with another. You have to combine all and ensure that we account to our people. But we appreciate your guidance. We appreciate the issues that we have raised. We also appreciate the matters that you continue to. there are two members that come from a certain political party that claims to represent the aspirations of our people. In one aspect, they came here because either they are bored, because in all meetings of this legislature, they are nowhere to be seen. In all committee meetings, they are nowhere to be seen. In all public participation issues, they are still nowhere to be seen. They claim to represent our people, and I therefore don't want to attack a man when he's not in the house, but it's a demonstration of the disrespect that they have. Because those that have raised issues here, they've decided not to be here to deal with the issues that have been raised. MEC Miley, let me thank you and also thank those that have debated on behalf of the African National Congress. There is only one mission. It is pleasing to note that by large, all political parties that care to work with us have accepted that there might be mistakes, there might be missteps, but in reality, we are moving forward. At no particular stage did they indicate that there are no foreign direct investment in our province. In no particular stage did they dispute that almost 70% of people employed across our country, majority come from this province. At no point did they dispute that Gauteng remains the economic hub of our country, contributing big in terms of GDP. At no particular stage did they challenge the tourism figures that we have presented that indicate majority of people come to our province. At no particular stage did they dispute the work that we have done. So over years, I've learned the value of the right of all our people, particularly the poor, the working people, and the marginalized in society. I'm accused I'm a conservative. I've abandoned the struggle of Chris Hani, Harry Kwala, and Nelson Mandela. At least I was part of those struggles, rather than those that want to be part of it now when they abandoned it when it mattered most. I'm proud I fought apartheid, and I'm proud all those that have fought apartheid, they know that where we are now, that's where apartheid didn't want us to be. Going back, no. Going forward, yes, because this is Gauteng, our home, our future, but most importantly, the future that we are prepared to live for our children. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Premier. When is the next sitting? Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of our business today. The next sitting is next week, Tuesday. Same time, same venue. Thank you very much to all of you, and have a lovely day. Thank you.
barwara, no ko barwara, no ko